You may be seated. I now call this sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives to order on this, the 4th day of November, 2025. Call of the roll. Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azon, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Clark. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all members of this honorable House, the media, or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcast platforms. As we gather here today, we do so against the backdrop of a great national hardship. Hurricane Melissa has left an indelible mark on our island. Communities have been torn apart, livelihoods destroyed, and far too many of our citizens are now facing the daunting task of rebuilding their lives from the ground up. We are mindful that the impact of this disaster has not spared this honorable House. Among us are members who themselves have suffered devastating loss to their homes, to community infrastructure, and to the lives and livelihoods of their constituents. We hold them and the people they represent in our thoughts and in our prayers. At this time, I invite all members and those present in the gallery to stand with me in observing 1 minute of silence in honor of the lives lost during the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Thank you. You may be seated. Though they are no longer with us, their memories remain woven into the fabric of our national story. Even in the midst of widespread loss, the true spirit of Jamaica continues to shine through. Across the island, citizens have reached out to one another with generosity and resolve, offering shelter, comfort, and hope. It is these moments of shared hardship that we are reminded that Jamaica's greatest strength lies not in our resources, but in our unity and compassion as a people. We are also deeply grateful for the resounding response from the international community and for the tireless efforts of our national agencies, first responders, volunteers across the island who continue to serve with courage and care. Their actions embody the resilience and generosity that define us as a people. Members, the days ahead will not be easy. Rebuilding will test our endurance and our resolve. But if there is one thing history has taught us, it is that Jamaicans do not shrink from adversity. We rise to meet it. We will face this challenge together as representatives, as neighbors, and as one people. Let us therefore lead with courage and act with purpose, knowing that the strength we show now will define the generations to come. Let us continue to demonstrate this love, unity, and compassion that define us as a people in supporting the recovery efforts of our country through the official website, supportjamaica.gov.jm. Let me repeat, that is supportjamaica.gov.jm. Together we will recover, together we will rebuild, and together we will emerge as a stronger Jamaica. Thank you, members. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you have aptly captured the sentiments of the House today. Today, we will have a statement from the Prime Minister in relation to the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, I ask that you suspend the standing orders so that the Prime Minister can speak until his conclusion.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, the question is that we suspend the standing orders to allow here at statement by ministers the statement by the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and Minister of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development to allow for the completion of this statement. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let's make welcome to his feet, Prime Minister.
Thank you, members of this Honourable House. On Tuesday, October 28th, Jamaica endured one of the most punishing natural disasters in our modern history. Hurricane Melissa made landfall near New Hope in Westmoreland as a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a minimum central pressure of 892 millibars. Madam Speaker, experts described Melissa as being at the very edge of what is physically possible in the Atlantic Ocean. A storm powered by record sea temperatures and near perfect atmospheric conditions. Its force was so immense that seismographs hundreds of miles away registered its passage. Melissa is the very first Category 5 hurricane to make a direct hit on Jamaica in the recorded history of such hurricanes, surpassing the previous benchmark set by Hurricane Gilbert and recently by Hurricane Beryl. Melissa crossed the island with catastrophic winds and torrential rain, inflicting widespread damage, most severely across St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, St. James, Trelawney, and St. Anne. We mourn lives lost, and we stand with the thousands of Jamaicans who have lost their homes, farms, businesses, and livelihoods. I extend condolences to the bereaved, and I salute our first responders, public servants, local authorities, community leaders, and volunteers who have worked around the clock to protect life and to begin the recovery process. In keeping with the Disaster Risk Management Act on October 29, the government formally declared the entire island a disaster area, giving the government the powers needed to prioritize life-saving actions, open emergency funding channels, and coordinate an all-of-government response. We also issued mandatory evacuation orders for specified high-risk communities in the immediate lead-up to the landfall of the hurricane. These decisions were taken on the advice of the Meteorological Service and ODPEM to save lives and expedite the restoration phase, which is now underway. On October 30th, following updated guidance from the Met Service and ODPEM, the government issued the national all-clear to commence full restoration and damage assessment activities. Non-essential government offices reopened the following day, and special provisions for impacted public sector employees and ministries were activated. Madam Speaker, it is important for the Jamaican people to know that long before Hurricane Melissa made landfall, the government had moved decisively to prepare the nation for its arrival. From the moment the Meteorological Service signaled the potential for rapid intensification and a direct strike, we activated a national response protocol and placed the country on high alert. Early warnings were issued by ODPEB and the Met Service. Emergency communication channels were engaged to deliver timely, accurate updates. And as forecasts worsened, we escalated our preparedness posture and public advisories. To ensure legal authority for swift national action, the government issued an order under the Disaster Risk Management Act declaring Jamaica a threatened area, and a complementary order under the Trade Act to prevent price gouging and protect consumers during the state of emergency preparedness. Madam Speaker, the government also allocated 1.5 million Jamaican dollars to each constituency prior to the passage of the hurricane to assist with preparedness. And on average, Madam Speaker, each constituency would have gotten at least $3 million for drain cleaning and other civil works in preparation for the hurricane. Hundreds of designated shelters, schools, churches, and community centers were opened and manned by trade personnel with relief supplies pre-positioned in the most vulnerable parishes. Evacuation guidance was issued for high-risk coastal areas, and we had social workers and local disaster coordinators and the security forces assisting in standing up these shelters, Madam Speaker. Critical systems were secured, airports, seaports, and utilities activated disaster response teams, ministries established command posts, the National Work Agency undertook urgent drain cleaning, bridge inspection, and slope assessment in known hazardous areas, while the National Water Commission worked to protect treatment infrastructure and urge citizens to store water safely. The Jamaica Public Service, our telecommunications providers, and health facilities implemented emergency protocols and prepared backup generation and response crews. The security forces, the JDF and the JCF, were placed on heightened readiness to support rescue, maintain order, and assist local authorities. Simultaneously, the government engaged the food, fuel, and transportation sectors to safeguard supply chains, while the Fair Trading Commission and the consumer and various other consumer agencies monitored markets to uphold a zero-tolerance stance against price exploitation. Public communication remained constant and transparent, with frequent press briefings and emergency bulletins emphasizing vigilance, community support, and protection of the vulnerable. Madam Speaker, the government approached this storm with seriousness, urgency, and unity of purpose to protect life, preserve order, and prepare the people for the fury of a Category 5 hurricane. Though the damage was immense, our proactive measures ensured Jamaica faced Melissa with the greatest possible state of readiness to safeguard our people and enable a rapid transition to relief and recovery. Madam Speaker, as we move forward from the initial shock of Hurricane Melissa, the government's response is being guided by a clear, structured, and disciplined framework. We are pursuing recovery through 4 overlapping phases: immediate relief, emergency relief, stabilization, and recovery, and then long-term reconstruction and rebuilding. Each phase carries distinct priorities, but all share a single purpose: protecting the lives and dignity of our people and restoring our nation with greater resilience than before. The immediate relief phase began even before the hurricane had fully passed. In those critical hours, our priority was to safeguard life and maintain essential order. Search and rescue operations were initiated in affected communities as soon as it was safe to deploy teams. Emergency shelters continued to operate at scale, ensuring food, potable water, and medical services for displaced families. Our uniformed services secured critical infrastructure, while ODPEM, municipal disaster teams, and volunteers coordinated life-saving interventions. This phase focused on urgent humanitarian needs, clearing access routes for emergency response personnel, and stabilizing high-risk areas to prevent secondary loss of life. Then we entered the emergency relief phase, the phase in which we are now. This phase includes clearing and reopening primary road corridors, accelerating the restoration of power and water systems, and expanding mobile and community-level distribution of relief supplies. We have also mobilized medical outreach to shelters and affected districts, while ensuring psychosocial support for children, elderly persons, and vulnerable families. International humanitarian assistance, including airlifted supplies and technical teams, began to arrive and integrate with Jamaica's national response system during this stage. The central aim of this phase is to relieve suffering, reestablish safe access to communities, and stabilize essential services across the island. The next phase will be the stabilization and recovery phase, which focuses on helping families and businesses regain a sense of normalcy and restoring the foundations of daily life. This includes bringing schools back into operation as quickly and as safely as possible. providing targeted support to small businesses and farmers, restoring public transportation routes, and accelerating the repairs of government buildings and community facilities. Households whose homes are habitable will begin returning from shelters, while those whose properties were destroyed or severely damaged will receive temporary housing assistance and construction support. Utilities will complete permanent repairs, and municipal authorities will operationalize debris removal and rehabilitation programs. This stage is about rebuilding confidence, reestablishing livelihoods, and supporting Jamaicans as they resume work, school, and community life. Finally, Madam Speaker, the reconstruction and rebuilding phase will ensure that Jamaica emerges stronger than before. This phase will see major capital works begin to rebuild, and climate-proof critical infrastructure, including roads, bridges, water treatment plants, health facilities, and power and telecommunication network. We're going to see those being built out. Housing reconstruction will prioritize stronger building standards, improved drainage, land use guidance, and support for our formal construction systems. We will partner with the international development institutions, private sector actors, and regional allies to secure financing and technical expertise. Throughout this phase, we will apply the principle of building forward better, ensuring that public investments not only replace what was lost, but reduce risk and improve resilience against future climate-related events. This is the phase where we overcome the adversity caused by this shock and come out ahead with modernized frameworks and long-term planning for better resilience against future shocks that will be inevitable. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa was not only a national tragedy, it was a warning. The storm's 13-foot storm surge on our western coastline and up to 30 inches of rain in the central highlands revealed the devastating power of a new climate reality. The era of once-in-a-generation hurricane is over. In fact, the era of being hit by a hurricane once every 30 years is over. Imagine we were hit by Beryl. Then immediately after that, a tropical storm, almost 6 weeks of consistent rains, and then this year, then drought, and then this year to be hit by a Category 5 hurricane. So, climate science confirms that storms are now intensifying faster, moving slower, and carrying more rain than ever before, emerging from warmer oceans and testing the limits of our infrastructure and preparedness. The combination of wind, storm surge, and rain, as we saw with Melissa, creates cascading failures of infrastructure that storm scientists call a glimpse into the Caribbean's future. At the same time, Jamaica's vulnerability is not limited to hurricanes. We are an island in a seismically active region, and our communities remain at risk of earthquakes and associated hazards such as tsunamis. The multiple hazard risk profile means that our investment in resilience must span across sectors and hazards rather than being narrowly focused. We have to mainstream resilience in everything that we do. But, Madam Speaker, Nature's power does not have to determine our fate. Resilience is not beyond us. It is within our control. Regional experience from the not-too-distant past is illustrative. Consider the contrast between two earthquakes that occurred in 2010. In Haiti, on January 12th, a magnitude 7 earthquake occurred. And in Chile, on February 27th, a magnitude 8.8 earthquake occurred. The earthquake in Chile was more powerful, yet it resulted in fewer than 800 deaths. Whereas in Haiti, the earthquake caused over 300,000 fatalities and the near collapse of their infrastructure. What is the difference? What does it reveal? It is not simply geography or tectonic power. It is the presence or absence of resilient infrastructure, building standards, institutional preparedness, and resource capacity. That is the lesson for Jamaica. Every repaired bridge, re-roofed home, and rebuilt road must be designed for the storms of tomorrow, not the storms of yesterday. Our hospitals, water systems, and power grids must be restored and upgraded to higher standards. Our coastline strengthened through mangroves, reefs, and natural defenses, and our agriculture sector diversified and climate smart. Investing in resilience is a strategic necessity, and for a country whose GDP is closely tied to tourism, agriculture, and natural resources, a single large-scale disaster can wipe out years of progress and impose long-term fiscal and social costs. By building better now, we reduce future repair bills, shorten economic downtime, protect lives, and preserve our national development trajectory. Also, Madam Speaker, let me remind all Jamaicans that resilience is not solely the job of the government. It is a national project that requires every community member, every business, every agency, and every parish to participate. Because in a world where storms will become stronger, quicker, and more unpredictable, our greatest defense is preparedness. Madam Speaker, it is clear that Hurricane Melissa will have a profound economic impact on our country. The storm struck the heart of Jamaica's productive belt. It tore through our breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth. It disrupted our tourism corridor, stretching from Westmoreland through to St. James and into Trelawney and St. Anne. And it inflicted heavy damage on housing, community infrastructure, commercial operations, and public utilities across multiple parishes. Thousands of households now face the loss of homes, crops, equipment, and small enterprises. This is not only a humanitarian crisis, it is a shock to livelihoods, incomes, and local economies. Madam Speaker, detailed assessments are still underway, but I wish to share very preliminary, high-level estimates only to illustrate the scale of the devastation. Based on benchmarks from comparable regional disasters, physical damage to housing, commercial buildings, roads, electricity, water, and telecommunications infrastructure is estimated between $6 to $7 billion US, equivalent to roughly 28 to 32% of last year's GDP, last fiscal year's GDP. It is, members, a major hit to our economy. And I want the country to appreciate that we have never had a disaster of this magnitude with this economic footprint in terms of the impact. Not Gilbert, not Ivan, all of those were relatively small to our GDP. To lose 30% of your GDP is significant. So, still preliminary. I believe it is conservative based upon the damage that we have assessed, but the relevant public agencies are doing their assessment in addition to what they have to collate from the private sector. And so I would say in another few weeks we should have what the real figure is, but we can use this as a benchmark based upon what other countries would have been impacted and what we have observed and what has happened to us here in Jamaica with a Category 5 hurricane. We anticipate a temporary slowdown in economic activity, particularly in the most affected parishes. Agricultural output will decline in the short term as farmers replant and livestock operations recover. The tourism sector, while resilient and working swiftly to reopen, will require targeted support to restore capacity and confidence. Small and medium-sized enterprises, especially those in retail, manufacturing and services, and the creative industries, have sustained significant losses and will need liquidity and recovery support to rebuild inventories, repair their facilities, and restart operations. At the same time, supply chains for food, construction materials, and consumer goods are being actively restored, though some market disruption may occur in the immediate weeks ahead. A very preliminary estimate suggests that short-term economic output could decline by 8 to 13%. Madam Speaker, this means that revenues will decline as well as economic activity slows, even as expenditures must increase to finance emergency relief, recovery, and reconstruction. This will place pressure on our fiscal targets. Pressure is a euphemism. As we did during the COVID-19 pandemic, my administration will act responsibly, transparently, and with foresight to protect lives and livelihoods while preserving Jamaica's hard-won macroeconomic stability. In this regard, it will become necessary to activate the lawful provisions under Section 48C of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which allows for the temporary suspension of the fiscal rules in certain circumstances of national emergency or extraordinary economic disruption. We anticipate a rise in the debt-to-GDP ratio in the short to medium term as resources are channeled into rebuilding and resilience. Yet, Jamaica's record for disciplined fiscal management provides the credibility and space to respond decisively. The sacrifices that we have made and how this government has administered our fiscal affairs would have put us in the best position that this country has ever been to respond to a disaster. Our focus remains clear: to restore livelihoods, protect the vulnerable, and ensure that Jamaica emerges from this crisis stronger, more resilient, and more competitive than before. However, Madam Speaker, it is also important to state that restoring economic activity must proceed alongside relief and restoration efforts. This is not insensitivity, it is necessity. Reviving production, reopening tourism, and restarting commerce are essential to restore incomes, rebuild confidence, and mitigate the wider economic shock. recovery is not just about clearing debris. It is about getting Jamaicans back to work and our economy back on its feet. We are already activating the fiscal and financial instruments available to us and engaging our international development partners to support the recovery effort. Cash flow support to households, emergency social programs, concessional financing, and targeted industry assistance will form part of a responsible and disciplined economic response. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service will bring further details to this Honourable House as assessments are completed and funding packages finalized with our multilateral and bilateral partners. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that 40% of the island has been impacted from an economic perspective. It means that the other 60% of the island must double our economic output. Fields destroyed in St. Elizabeth, in Manchester, in Westmoreland, must be replaced by fields brought into production in St. Thomas, in St. Mary, in Clarendon, in St. Catherine. The other half of the island that is not impacted, we must increase our output. Madam Speaker, this is a good point for me to say that there is a notion emerging that somehow we are getting a lot of aid and there's a lot of money coming in. Yes, we have made provisions, but all of that is temporary. And at some point, all of that will dry up. And the government must be able to stand on its own 2 feet. And manage its finances, because while we intend to ensure that the relief phase is efficiently conducted, the recovery phase might be extended. And therefore, with not just the loss of physical assets, but the requirement to spend on increased social safety net, vulnerable, welfare and social support, we will have to have the revenues to support it. And so I repeat the point, Madam Speaker, that economic recovery is not an insensitivity to human suffering. Economic recovery, it is the way in which we bring human suffering to an end early. And those persons who are opposed to us going back to school and going back to work, get that out of your mind. Get the economy up and running right away. That is the only way we are going to be able to fund the recovery quickly. And I urge all Jamaicans to get that mindset in. For the half of Jamaica that has not been affected, your productivity will have to increase right away. Madam Speaker, Melissa dealt a severe blow to our national road network and public infrastructure. The National Works Agency reports that 151 roads were impacted island-wide, with landslides, fallen trees, flooded corridors, covered pavements, and breakaways, rendering many communities temporarily inaccessible. At peak, 134 roads were blocked, particularly across the western parishes most directly in the path of the storm. I'm pleased to report that through urgent mobilization of national and private resources, more than 1/3 of the affected corridors have been cleared or reopened to at least single-lane access. Priority has been given to corridors serving hospitals, airports, seaports, water treatment plants, and emergency shelters, ensuring that life-saving assistance and relief supplies can reach communities swiftly. This recovery effort is a testament to the determination and discipline of our technical teams and the spirit of Jamaican partnership. The NAA has deployed 14 parish-level technical field teams supported by engineers and administrative staff and working hand in glove with the Jamaica Public Service, National Water Commission, ADPEM, and the security forces. We have also activated the full capacity of Jamaica's contracting ecosystem. Major contractors, including our Spark project partners, CHEC, and local road maintenance firms are assisting with heavy equipment. The private sector has stepped up. Bauxite companies, housing developers, and other equipment owners have volunteered machinery and operating time. I want to thank them. Community members armed with chainsaws and machetes have joined the effort, and we express our gratitude for their assistance in clearing some of our roads. This is the Jamaican spirit at work. Simultaneously, technical teams are assessing bridges, river training structures, retaining walls, coastal revetments, gully systems, including the Sandy Gully and the north and south coast gullies, and the National Traffic Signal Network. Once access is restored across all affected communities, we will transition from emergency access to full road rehabilitation, including surface reconstruction where roads have been washed out or undermined. Restoring drivability on major corridors and designing long-term resilient solutions will form a core part of our national reconstruction plan. Madam Speaker, on housing and shelter, Melissa has caused extensive damage to the nation's housing stock, particularly in western parishes. Leveraging the National Geospatial Intelligence capacity, the government has, for the first time in our history, executed a rapid, high-resolution national housing damage assessment. This effort, coordinated through the National Spatial Data Management Branch and supported by international technology partners, analyzed more than 428,000 buildings across Jamaica. Satellite data and drone verification indicate that approximately 116,000 structures sustain severe or catastrophic damage, concentrated in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester. These findings are now guiding targeted relief and reconstruction planning across communities. This is a big change, Madam Speaker. In Beryl, we didn't have this capacity, but we have since invested in, and we are now able to have more definitive and scientifically driven data as to the extent of the damage. This now will help us in budgeting, and it will help us in allocating resources. Madam Speaker, we are now transitioning from emergency sheltering to stabilization and repair. The ministry is conducting field verification in priority communities with housing support teams working alongside the JDF, ADPEM, and local authorities. As access is restored to additional communities in the West, we will complete our beneficiary verification, accelerate roofing support, and deploy building materials, tarpaulins, and rapid repair kits to ensure safety for and habitation for our citizens. The data now being integrated into the post-disaster needs assessment will shape a resilient housing and building recovery program. Minister Montague has been asked to lead the process of determining the kinds of housing solutions and how they will be deployed, because we have to utilize new building technologies, including prefabricated and containerized solutions to deploy rapidly. And so we are examining those options to see what is available that can be rapidly deployed. Minister Montague has been tasked to spearhead that program, and he has already convened a technical working group to ensure that when we actually get out to give houses, which is very soon, we have solutions that match the problem, but solutions that are easy to deploy and cost effective. With regard to electricity, restoration of power is proceeding in phases, prioritizing hospitals, water plants, communication backbones, and dense residential zones. The all clear for restoration of utility services enable JPS and independent contractors to enter the field at scale, while the Ministry with responsibility for energy is coordinating grid stabilization and resolving localized issues such as low voltage and restored feeders. Yesterday, the JPS would have given an update on the status of electricity restoration. The government has given them strategic direction to make a priority to restore large commercial and urban centers in addition to critical public facilities. Moreover, they have been tasked in their grid restoration efforts to explore relocating, where feasible, the grid underground. We have given them directives regarding Montego Bay, the Elegant Corridor, and the Hip Strip would be two areas where focus should be given to put the grid underground. If other areas are feasible, going underground is expensive. So we have to balance between expense and getting the grid up. But if we are getting the grid up and we can get some resilience in it, then we have to get the resilience in. So we will balance as we can, but it wouldn't be possible for all the grid that we have to put back up to put it underground. But in areas where it makes strategic sense, then we are encouraging them and indeed directing them to ensure that that is done. We will continue to update the country on a parish-by-parish basis on re-energization percentages as the network is repaired and rebuilt. Quick word on Petrojam. Petrojam has maintained fuel supply continuity despite flooding at its Montego Bay terminal. The cleanup is complete and structural and electrical assessments are underway before resuming western loading. In the interim, all tanker loading is being conducted through Kingston with extended operating hours to ensure uninterrupted national fuel availability. In terms of water, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa has significantly disrupted water supply across the country, with the operational capacity of the National Water Commission deeply affected by power outages, blocked intakes, turbidity, landslides, and damage to electromechanical systems. Several key NWC offices, including those in Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Bogue, Falmouth, and Morant Bay, have been forced to close due to flooding, structural damage, and loss of access, while others continue to operate under constrained conditions. In total, more than 631 water systems were initially affected island-wide, with western parishes experiencing the most severe disruption as electricity supply remains limited. Supply restoration has been heavily reliant on generator power, where grid access remains unavailable, which means intermittent service in some areas. Even so, progress continues. Approximately 66% of NWC customers now have supply restored, with St. Catherine, St. Thomas achieving restoration rates above 87% and 84% respectively. The NWC has deployed approximately 40 generators to potable water facilities and 8 to wastewater plants, and has supplemented this capacity through private rental arrangements to stabilize service delivery. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that in Beryl, we weren't able to have this level of water restoration, primarily because we didn't have backup power for NWC. We learned the lesson, and we started to, one, a program to have all our major water supply have independent backup, and that is being worked on. But in the interim, we secured backup generation capacity, for which we are now benefiting from, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Water will give you more details on the recovery. But, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica that all members of Parliament will be allocated the following sums for the trucking of water. $2 million to the following constituencies most affected by the hurricane: Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Trelawney. $1.5 million to selected constituencies in the following parishes: St. Catherine, St. Andrew, Clarendon, and St. Anne. Funds will be we will allocate some other funding, which the Minister will explain. But, Madam Speaker, we have $1 million to constituencies in the following parishes: in Clarendon, in St. Anne, and in St. Catherine, to certain constituencies. And I won't call out these names, but the Minister, well, there's $1.5 for some constituencies in St. Catherine, in St. Andrew, Clarendon, and St. Anne, because they are particularly affected. I don't want to go through the detail of calling out each constituency, but $1 million for others. In terms of telecommunications, Madam Speaker, after the all clear, utility crews mounted full field activities with cross-sector coordination to restore poles, repair fiber and power cell sites. Public Wi-Fi nodes and critical government communications are being prioritized in affected town centers. To restore nationwide connectivity, 600 Starlink terminals are being deployed to first responders, government facilities, NGOs, members of Parliament, and councillors. Now, Madam Speaker, not all members of Parliament have been provided with Starlink capabilities, but certainly those who are critically affected, like the member from Eastern Westmoreland and Central Westmoreland, and but the affected parishes have been provided. Flow and Digicel continue rapid recovery, with up to 86% service restoration reported in some categories. Additional spectrum was allocated to carriers to accelerate repairs. The government will also deploy roving mobile teams, which is an important service. The government will deploy roving mobile teams with Starlink connectivity and charging stations to affected communities and urban spaces to allow residents to make contact with loved ones or make short, urgent calls. In terms of public transportation, the Jamaica Urban Transit Company infrastructure and fleet remains mostly intact, with only minor structural damage and limited operational disruption reported. The Portmore Depot experienced minor damage to the perimeter wall and electrical systems. Spanish Town saw minimal impact, and Rockford had minor ceiling damage. The Montego Bay Depot had significant infrastructure damage, with 4 buses sustaining severe damage. Fuel dispensing has been altered as electric pumps are inoperable, and the depot has no generator. 10 buses from the Montego Bay fleet can be mobilized once minimal power is restored to the facility. Additionally, some drivers are marooned in their communities due to blocked access roads and poor communications. Now, despite infrastructure damage, air navigation services have been fully restored nationwide. Radar and air-to-ground communication have been re-established with support from Airtel. A 24/7 landing permit operation is in effect for humanitarian flights, and monitoring of unmanned aircraft, drones, is being strengthened to protect aviation safety. All airports reopened within 48 hours of the storm. Relief flights began on October 29th, and commercial passenger services resumed on October 30th. From October 29th to November 2, airports processed 350 flights, including 162 commercial flights and 117 relief and military missions. Domestic air drones, including Negril and Tinson Pen, are also operational. I want to spend a little bit of time on public health and our mental health response. Madam Speaker, the health system has been tested in an extraordinary way by Hurricane Melissa. Even before landfall, the Ministry of Health and Wellness activated its Health Emergency Operations Center and deployed response teams across all regions. Hospitals transitioned to emergency-only services, and health centers remained open to support communities until safe conditions emerged. These early preparedness allowed the health sector to move quickly into its emergency response posture once the storm passed. The hurricane has caused severe damage to several major health facilities, particularly across western parishes. The Black River Hospital in St. Elizabeth, our Type C hospital in that parish, suffered catastrophic roof loss, structural failure, and complete utility disruption, requiring the evacuation of 71 patients to Mandeville and May Pen. The Falmouth Hospital in Trelawney lost most of its roofing and suffered extensive flooding, compromising electrical systems and diagnostic and clinical equipment. The Cornwall Regional Hospital, our key Type A facility in Western Jamaica, lost more than half of its effective capacity, including severe damage to temporary wards and the accident and emergency department. Noel Holmes Hospital and the Savlon Lamar Hospital similarly sustained serious roof and water damage, with power and water outages affecting patient services. These facilities are currently providing limited emergency services while staff continue rapid discharge where clinically safe and access to equipment integrity is needed. In primary care, the picture reflects a scale of national disruption. In the southeast of Jamaica, approximately 2/3 of facilities, and in the southern regions, 2/3 of facilities, are expected to have full operations within days. In the western region, where the impact was more severe, we expect a longer time for recovery for our primary healthcare systems. Several health centers have suffered significant structural damage, and temporary clinical spaces are being arranged to ensure continuity of care, especially for maternal health, chronic disease management, and child health services. To stabilize service delivery, the ministry will establish temporary field hospitals in the hardest hit parishes. These will provide emergency, inpatient, and outpatient capacity while permanent facilities are repaired. The ministry is also mobilizing medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, oxygen, and essential equipment to critical sites, while conducting urgent testing and certification of hospital equipment to ensure safe reuse. Beyond clinical services, we are aggressively addressing post-disaster public health risks. Flooding, stagnant water, and sanitation disruption create favorable conditions for mosquito breeding and the spread of waterborne and vector-borne diseases. Public health teams are deploying enhanced vector control operations, including larvicide distribution to 120 households. A fogging campaign is being mounted now, Madam Speaker, with the support of private contractors and expanded field staff. Water quality monitoring is being intensified at all treatment plants with chlorination and turbidity testing to protect the population from gastroenteritis and hepatitis A and other water-related illnesses. Food safety teams are inspecting facilities and supervising safe disposal of spoiled food and livestock carcasses. Sanitation and other management operations are being strengthened to protect communities and reduce disease transmission. Madam Speaker, beyond the physical destruction and the economic disruption, the toll of Hurricane Melissa on the hearts and minds of our people has been profound. Families huddled together as winds howled and floodwaters rose. Parents worked desperately to shield their children from fear. Elderly Jamaicans, some recalling storms of decades past, relived deep anxieties as they once again face nature's fury. Many of our brothers and sisters have endured the unimaginable, the loss of loved ones, the loss of homes built over a lifetime, and the loss of lives and livelihoods that sustained entire families. There are thousands who, even now, are sleeping in shelters or with relatives, searching for stability in a world abruptly turned upside down. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the state must also address the emotional and psychological burden of the disaster. And by the way, Madam Speaker, it would not only affect our constituents, even members inside here are impacted. And I saw the grief palpably expressed by the member from Southern St. James. It is the impact of the hurricane, Madam Speaker, especially for our children. For many of them, they cannot come to grips with what has happened, to the disruption of their lives going to school, to the loss of people in their community, just the disruption in their regular meals. They are trying to come to grips with that. And with the hurricane also comes a break in order. Not having meeting with their friends and going to school, being cut off, not being able to communicate, all of those have severe mental health impact. And as I visited the Falmouth Hospital, Madam Speaker, that was an issue raised, and I was quite surprised that it was, by someone who was at the hospital, who was brave enough to say, I am a mental health patient, and it was very important that I got the services here, but we need more mental health services because our people are reacting to this crisis in ways that are becoming antisocial. And therefore, we must pay attention. I want to give the nation the commitment that the Ministry of Health is augmenting its psychosocial and mental health operations, as it also seeks to mount its conventional health response. And now is a good time, Madam Speaker, to call for volunteers who are trained in this regard to reach out to the Ministry of Health, because we simply would not have enough trained professionals on staff to mount the kinds of response that would be necessary. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the education system. Assessments are still underway, but we already know that many schools, especially in the western parishes, have been severely damaged or destroyed, and others across the island have also been affected. At present, 446 schools serving nearly 150,000 students face major disruption. We have all seen the images: roofs lost, classrooms flooded, learning tools destroyed. Many schools also face extended outages of electricity, water, and internet. The situation in the western parishes is particularly grave and poses a real risk of significant learning loss. Our children need their classrooms and the structure they provide. Every day out of school is a day of lost opportunity. Yet, Madam Speaker, we must also be pragmatic. The doors of many schools cannot reopen immediately. So while we move with urgency to repair and rebuild, we must act now to resume learning through innovative and flexible arrangements so that no child is left behind. After Hurricane Beryl, we responded swiftly, aided by the timing of the summer break. This time, we must move even faster, as Hurricane Melissa offers no such reprieve. Our focus will therefore be on three clear priorities: safe reopening, where facilities permit; continuity of learning through blended, remote, and alternative sites where needed; and accelerated reconstruction to return schools to permanent classrooms, to return students to permanent classrooms as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, we successfully navigated the education system through the global pandemic and the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. We will do so once again. We will get our children learning safely, swiftly, and in stronger, smarter schools than before. At the peak of the emergency, Madam Speaker, approximately 15,000 Jamaicans were accommodated in official shelters. Shelters will remain open as long as needed, with food, water, medical support, and psychological services will be provided through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, specifically in relation to marooned communities, of which there are likely in excess of 30 marooned communities, the JDF is in the process, or has already established, 22 humanitarian assistance and disaster relief outposts in the following areas: in St. Elizabeth, Burnt Savannah, Newmarket, Springfield, Burnt Savannah. But there's an error on my presentation, nevertheless, because they have Savannah Lamar under St. Elizabeth, which, of course, that's Westmoreland. So that was the error. In Westmoreland, Sav, Darliston, Lennox, Bigwood, Bluefields, Betheltown, Amity, Beeson Spring, Catch Valley, Frome, Roaring River, Content, Glenbrook, Reno, Catadupa. I hope I've gotten all those names correctly. And all the members. Katalupa is St. James, South St. James. And in Trelawney, Cambridge, South St. James again. Adelphi is you. Adelphi is East Central. Well, they tagged the parishes incorrectly. Maroon Town, where is Wire Fence? South Trelawney, Jackson Town, Falmouth, and Perth. So these are all the communities. I hope the members of Parliament would have noted the establishment of these. They will be establishing more outposts as they are able to stand them up. And the objective is that these will serve as humanitarian bases in what they call a hub and spoke operation. So right now, they were moving humanitarian aid through airlift and other means directly to the various communities. Now the phase that they are transitioning into is to move it to the hub, where they can store a lot, they can do 24-hour movement, and then from the hub to all the communities, including communities that are maroon. That way we can scale up rapidly the response to communities that have not yet been serviced. A lot of this is Westmoreland. A lot of what we have said is Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, just quickly on security and order response. The national security architecture for the country has been fully mobilized in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. From the earliest moments of this disaster, the Jamaica Defense Force and the Jamaica Constabulary Force have stood at the front line of our national response, upholding order, saving lives, and ensuring that essential relief reaches our people. Their efforts have been heroic, and the nation owes them deep gratitude. The Jamaica Defense Force moved with urgency immediately after the storm's passage. Within hours, troops established a forward disaster relief site at the Luana Community Center near Black River and began clearing block routes, many on foot, to ensure ambulances, utility crews, and relief agencies could reach our most vulnerable communities. Madam Speaker, I think here I should give you and the nation first-hand experience. Madam Speaker, the day immediately after the hurricane's passage, I asked the JDF to facilitate an aerial tour. But I sent my forward team to meet me in Black River. When we landed in Black River, having circled 3 or 4 times to find an appropriate landing site and getting communications, we recognized that the team that we sent could not pass through Holland Bamboo. It was totally blocked. And the JDF, along with residents, came out and they started work. When I returned from that tour, I went to Sav and other areas, went back home. I got a call from one of the officers in charge saying that they were cutting their way up to 4 a.m. the following morning. The entire stretch was blocked. It was compounded because there were vehicles trying to get in, blocking the convoys, and it was chaos, but they managed. And it is good that we have a reserve of logistics capabilities and an engineering and operational force like the JDF, that we call on them in times of disaster. Madam Speaker, the JCF is not to be outdone, because whilst we look upon the police mainly as a security force, you would be surprised that they fill the gap being the social worker, being the firefighter, helping with medical issues, in addition to, well, the commissioner led the way with his power saw cutting down trees, but you can see that they were multifunctional in the disaster. And again, commendations to them. So, Madam Speaker, the JDF did suffer some losses. Several bases in the Western Command, including Frome, Paradise Park, Montpelier, and the Black River Coast Guard Station, were severely damaged. And we will ensure that these are rebuilt very quickly because that's important to stand up the operations. Working with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the JDF has established a major relief hub at Up Park Camp, producing and distributing more than 11,000 family care packages delivered by both ground convoys and helicopter missions, including support from the U.S. Chinook aircrafts. This operation represents the highest standard of joint civil-military coordination and underscores the discipline and capacity of our armed forces. We also recognize and appreciate the international cooperation that has strengthened our security response. Support has come from the United States Southern Command, the government of El Salvador, with 287 personnel deployed, Canada through its operational support hub, the United Kingdom with an offshore patrol vessel, and regional partners including Belize, Bermuda, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and the Cayman Islands, which have provided support and aerial support, including helicopter support. This international solidarity has, and Venezuela has provided humanitarian relief. This international solidarity has significantly boosted our humanitarian and security operations. Madam Speaker, even as the JDF has worked tirelessly in the field, the Jamaica Constabulary Force has executed its mandate to maintain public order and protect infrastructure. More than 12,000 police officers were mobilized across all divisions before the storm's arrival, with incident command centers activated and integrated into the national and parish emergency operations. Following landfall, the JCF immediately transitioned to securing communities, protecting hospitals, water facilities, Petrojam and our airports, and escorting relief supplies into affected zones. I'm pleased to report that due to early planning, strong community cooperation, and visible police presence, we have had no major looting or disorder incident to date. Madam Speaker, I am aware that there are persons calling for the implementation of emergency measures, states of public emergency or curfews. Madam Speaker, these are being considered, but we are very sensitive to the current situation, and we do not want to impose further hardship on persons by imposing a security measure. At some point, however, when we have established, as we are now doing, the hub and spoke for a supply chain operation to ensure that there is a consistent flow of relief into communities, that will have to be protected. And therefore, we will have to put special measures around the routes that have to be traveled and protecting the areas where they are stored and distributed. As well as, Madam Speaker, we have to consider the availability of the human resources. And so there are areas that are sensitive that we will have to man and have regular foot patrols and the like. And therefore, it may become necessary in moderating that to have curfews and other measures put in place. But we are not at that point just yet. But these things are being planned out so that the security operations don't come into conflict with the humanitarian situation that currently exists. Madam Speaker, the eyes of the world have been on Jamaica as we confronted this ordeal, and the outpouring of solidarity has been extraordinary and deeply moving. The generosity to us shown to us reflects Jamaica's high standing and goodwill on the global stage. Even before Hurricane Melissa's landfall, messages of support and offers of assistance came from every region of the world. Since then, our relief efforts have been fortified by early and tangible aid from bilateral partners, regional international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the Jamaican diaspora. We are especially grateful for the outreach of His Majesty the King, the United Nations Secretary General, and many other heads of government who have conveyed their solidarity with Jamaica. We extend heartfelt thanks to our CARICOM brothers and sisters and regional agencies such as SEDIMA, CARFA, and the Caribbean Development Bank for their immediate engagement. Our bilateral partners from Belgium, Canada, Colombia, El Salvador, Venezuela, the European Union, the Dominican Republic, France, Germany, Luxembourg, India, Mexico, the Netherlands, Peru, Spain, the United Kingdom, the United States. A list that is, I have not exhausted. China, Japan, they have all committed support. And, Madam Speaker, what we have to do, in addition to the NGOs, which I haven't even mentioned, there are so many of them, but permit me to say the World Central Kitchen, Doctors Without Borders, Global Empowerment Mission, we call them GEM, Direct Relief, Samaritan's Purse. And of course, our own food for the poor. Madam Speaker, on our supportjamaica.gov.jm, which was built in record time by the Amber Group, which is the central hub for donations to Jamaica from the diaspora and the world, we have so far raised 170 million Jamaican dollars in contributions on that platform. And I encourage Jamaicans and our friends all over the world to give. Supportjamaica.gov.jm. All contributions go centrally to ODPEM, which is the government's official disaster management agency. Madam Speaker, I wish to make some important announcements as to how we are going to be managing the disaster. Madam Speaker, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, is the central agency for the government's disaster response. They work with all the critical agencies across government, the private sector, international aid agencies, and multiple governments. It is, however, clear that the response to Hurricane Melissa will require significant logistics experience. It will also require significant coordination. The Jamaica Defense Force is currently assisting with the logistics support to both ODPEM and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, especially given the fact that many communities are situated in difficult terrain and several have been marooned. Given the nature of the response needed for the current relief effort and the coming reconstruction effort, it is important that ODPEM and the JDF have even greater levels of collaboration. As such, effective immediately, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, is reassigned to the Office of the Prime Minister to strengthen logistical collaboration with the Jamaica Defense Force. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Defense Force is already under the Office of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, This move will ensure that the relief effort is well coordinated and coordinated across government. The best place to achieve that, given the nature of the crisis and the speed with which we want the recovery, is for it to be centrally positioned in the Office of the Prime Minister, which is what the Office of the Prime Minister does. It coordinates all the entities. This realignment establishes virtually a single point for emergency logistics and further tightens coordination with relief partners. This is about speed, Madam Speaker. The new arrangement will accelerate the distribution of relief supplies in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, better serve the most affected communities, and restore normalcy as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, from a strategic perspective, and it is important that this be said, I've just listed the level of international response and NGO response. One of the things we don't want to happen is any fumbling. So logistics and coordination is absolutely important. And what we will create, Madam Speaker, is a plug-and-play system. Government can't do it all. We are the first to recognize that. We don't have enough helicopters. We don't have enough social workers. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough doctors. But what we want is a coordinated system where all of the goodwill that comes, whilst we get that benefit, but we must get one other thing from that, and that is synergy. And you can only get synergy where the sum of the parts are greater than the whole, when you have coordination. And that is the one thing that this administration has been good at in the management of crises and disasters. So we are going to create that plug-and-play operation to take advantage of the goodwill. At the end of the day, the people who are giving to Jamaica must say it was worth giving and I will give more. At the end of the day, they must say I am satisfied that my efforts achieve something and I can see it visibly because it was not interfered with by bureaucracy, lack of coordination, territorialism, or corruption. So we are going to make sure that we display to the world a first-class relief and recovery and rebuilding operation. Madam Speaker, the passage of Hurricane Melissa has left debris, disruption, and dislocation in communities across the island. To accelerate recovery and restore order, the government will launch a national cleanup week. The Minister of Local Government already explained what that will be, but it will be the mobilization of the NSWMA, the NWA, and other entities that have capacity with the removal of debris. Now, it may very well be a cleanup month based upon the level of debris that has to be moved. In this effort, the members of Parliament will be called upon to play a critical role. There is a sense, Madam Speaker, that I have heard being bandied about that some members of Parliament were not integrated into the operations, or that there was some kind of favoritism where some constituencies got and others didn't get. Madam Speaker, let me stand here and say that there was never any intention or action on this government designed to marginalize, discriminate, isolate, alienate any member of parliament. And we must dismiss out of hand any argument that would seek to divide this country politically when it comes to the distribution of aid. As far as I'm concerned, every Jamaican is entitled to the aid that comes in and to the spending of the government. There will be no politicization of aid. It never happened in COVID, it never happened in Beryl, and it will not happen. Madam Speaker, I can point out to you that the member from Eastern Westmoreland made his public comments. I saw them. I reached out to the leader of the opposition. I recognized your pain in what you said. I saw your public comments. I recognized the pain in what you said, and I asked the member from Southeast Clarendon, the Minister of Labour and Social Security, to reach out to you. It is only a matter of logistics why I was not able to land in Darliston or in White House. My friend, if the helicopters could have landed me there, I would have landed there, and I would have been by your side if I could find you. There was no attempt whatsoever. And the suffering of Jamaicans in your constituency, the suffering of Jamaicans in the constituency of Northwest St. Elizabeth is of concern. There are constituencies over here that we have not reached. Southern Trelawney, we haven't reached. Northwestern St. Elizabeth, we haven't reached. So all I'm saying, Madam Speaker, and to Jamaica, I must stand up firmly and close the door on any attempt to politicize aid in Jamaica. So in the cleanup, Madam Speaker, in the cleanup, where we are going to need the MPs to be active, we are going to need the MPs to be active in mobilization, because we won't have enough people to send into communities to clean up. It will have to be the communities, leader of the opposition, that do the cleanup. You have to mobilize the people. But it is also an opportunity for communities that have not had a chance to earn anything. We are going to try to put together a little stipend. Let me say it is a little stipend. It's not a pay. We will provide, colleagues, we will provide a stipend to assist the restart of economic activity through the cleanup. It's a small stipend. They will be able to go to the shop if shops are open. They'll get a little cash in hand to restart. That's the objective. But it does require, however, value for money. And that is why we're going to need the MPs there to ensure that we get the value for money. And I think that is only fair. The program is being developed. We will have to budget it, but you can start to prepare for that program. The minister very shortly will come and announce how that program will operate. But we really need to move the debris because it's a health hazard as well as an economic obstacle in many instances. In terms of housing support, Madam Speaker, across the island, our first priority has been to deliver food, water, and medical support to every affected community. But we know that beyond these essentials, the greatest need is now shelter. Too many of our brothers and sisters have lost the very roofs over their heads. To address this urgent need, I am announcing a building support program for households in the most affected parishes as follows, and this will be an MP-driven program again. St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Manchester, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney. $10 million will be allocated to each constituency in those parishes. You know, there was a debate in this House about whether or not any distribution to MPs should be done on a constituency basis equally. And I am of the view that every seat is equal. But in a disaster, that cannot hold. In a disaster, that cannot hold. In a disaster, that cannot hold. And I hope that MPs who were not as badly affected will not put pressure on me to make increased allocation. And so 10 million to the affected constituencies. Let me repeat: St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Manchester, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney. For St. Anne, Manchester, and Clarendon, $5 million will be allocated to each constituency. For St. Anne, Manchester. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you for it. Thank you for reminding me. No, it's in there. It's there. Unless they made an error correcting it. But Manchester really should be the 5. I will resolve it. No, there might very well be an error in it, but yes, no. I mean that Manchester really should be 5. But let me resolve it. You're really listening. I appreciate that. All right. I will resolve it. Forgive. There's an error, obviously, in the speech. I will resolve it. I will resolve it. And for the other constituencies, $3 million per constituency. I think it's a fair distribution based upon everything that we have to go through. The letters, we will send the letters out, and I will resolve the issue with Manchester. Madam Speaker, in addition to this, the National Housing Trust has activated a comprehensive package of support measures to help its contributors and mortgagors recover from the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. First, I wish to remind the public that all NHT mortgagors are insured under the Trust's House Owners Comprehensive Policy, which covers damage from hurricane, storms, floods, fire, and other perils. The NHT has already mobilized its branches island-wide to help mortgagors prepare and process their insurance claims quickly and efficiently. Second, recognizing that many families will need time to prioritize home repairs, the NHT will grant an automatic 6-month moratorium on mortgage payments for mortgagors in the worst affected parishes: St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, Trelawney, St. James, Manchester, and St. Anne. This measure will assist some 20,000 homeowners. For all other parishes, the NHT will continue to consider individual moratorium applications for those who have lost income or face special hardships. Third, the Trust will introduce a special home improvement loan of up to $3.5 million at an interest rate of 2% available to both existing mortgagors and contributors who need to repair or rebuild their homes as a result of the. Finally, to further ease burdens, the NHD will provide a special grant of up to $500,000 to contributors to repair damage to their homes for those who the NHD will provide a special grant of up to $500,000 to contributors to repair damage to their homes or those of immediate family members. So we have kind of extended it a little bit. Grants will be awarded based on demonstrated need and the level of impact. So this is an assessment-based grant. Madam Speaker, we're also working with our international partners and the private sector to identify housing solutions, as I said before, that can be rapidly deployed at scale across most parishes, and as I said before, Minister Montague is working on that. There are some really viable pre-built, prefabricated housing solutions. They may not be block and steel, but they are very durable and can be rapidly deployed as shelter solutions. Madam Speaker, in addition to the $1.5 million that had already been allocated to each constituency before the hurricane, which was for emergency relief, food, medicine, tarps, and so forth, I'm announcing an additional $1.5 million, which the leader of the opposition already announced it for me yesterday. The nation should know that we talk. And it looks like I'm telling him too much because he's announcing the things before I... But the leader of the opposition correctly got that one. So there will be another $1.5 million for MPs to use for the emergency response. But this one would be now mostly focused on food, medicine. Now, Madam Speaker, to speed the flow of humanitarian goods, the government had approached customs. Madam Speaker, to speed the flow of humanitarian goods, the government had approved customs duty and GCT exemption for the importation of relief supplies for one month, expiring November 28th. Recognizing that recovery efforts are ongoing and will extend beyond this 1 month period, we will extend this relief period by a further month to the end of December 2025. This measure will ensure that every shipment of relief supplies can reach our people quickly, efficiently, and without additional financial burden. In addition to the eligible items already announced by the Jamaica Customs, and in consideration of the extent of the damage to the electricity grid in the most affected parishes and projected timelines for complete restoration, I am announcing that persons will be allowed to import Starlink equipment and other such equipment, inverters, and solar power equipment, including panels and batteries, free of custom duty and GCT. Madam Speaker, this is in an attempt to get power and communication back into the communities that really need it. That really need it. Now, I know others will take advantage of it, but I appeal to every Jamaican. If you can buy 2 Starlinks and send one to a family or a community, do it. If you can buy solar batteries and solar panels and give it to a community or to a household in the affected parts of Jamaica, please do it. I will look into that because they are already giving a loan. But I know that when we give up these revenues, others will benefit from it who don't really need it. So I've asked Jamaicans to use your conscience. Ensure that the other half of Jamaica that is suffering now benefit from this relief. Madam Speaker, while the needs across our nation are indeed great, we must also remain judicious and disciplined in the use of public funds. So, Leader of the Opposition, I couldn't give $50 million just so. Because, Madam Speaker, we have the bill coming from health. We have the bill coming for cleaning. We have the bill coming for schools. We have the bills coming for JDF and JCF. We have the bill coming for agriculture, for tourism, for water, not to mention the bill for roads. So, Leader of the Opposition, as I say, it sounds good, but it's wishful thinking. We couldn't do it. And the truth is, Leader of the Opposition, we may very well over a period of time do it. But at this present time, we have to literally be very careful with how we spend. So the truth is, Leader of the Opposition, as we speak, we see that there are other weather systems forming. We don't know. So we just have to be very careful with the resources that we have. And that's why I give the assurance that what we have will be fairly shared for every Jamaican. I want to announce two other things. In the COVID pandemic, we established an oversight committee of Parliament to review the work of the Ministry of Health in its operations. We will establish a similar oversight committee of Parliament to review the distribution, welfare, relief operations. I've given a direction to the House Leader to speak with the opposition leader of opposition business to establish that committee, the terms and how it will work. Madam Speaker, it is in the interest of the government to have the highest level of transparency in what we do. There is no victory for JLP communities to have food and PMP communities not. There is no victory, or vice versa. None whatsoever. And therefore, we will put in place every measure to ensure that whatever is given to us and whatever we spend from our budget, fairly done, everybody can see it, and everyone benefits. So as soon as we meet again by the next Parliament, that committee should be in place. A special joint select committee possibly that will look at the operations. All right? Madam Speaker, in a time of crisis, every Jamaican wants to participate. One of the greatest challenges you face in a time of crisis is to organize goodwill. It is, a Leader of the Opposition, it is a real challenge to organize goodwill. Because there are some people who want to come and go on their own. There are some people who are saying, tell me what to do. And there are some who will tell you what to do. And it can become very confusing, bearing in mind that government operates by law and a particular structure. And it is very difficult to get people who have to operate by law to operate outside of that, meaning that you could have people with goodwill coming and say, do that, do this, but the agent who has the legal responsibility say, I can't take an instruction from you, or I have to see something in writing, or it has to go through a process. And so I have had to be spending my time in structuring the cabinet, in structuring how our permanent secretaries and others in government operate, to bear in mind that whilst we have the legal framework, there is an emergency, and therefore we have to operate with more speed and alacrity because there is human suffering that we are trying to minimize. That in itself is a task that the public will never see and probably will not understand. But that is why you have government. That is government business. Government must deal with that. And that is what I have been doing. And yes, we recognize the calls that have been made about establishing that committee or putting that. Of course we know that. We have never operated outside of that framework. We should, however, recognize that the history of our country is that the government does not stand on its own. Never has. Constitutionally, we are probably the only country where the leader of the opposition is entrenched in the Constitution. That it means that I can't go off on my own as Prime Minister. We'll take a ride together. Yeah. But it is the nature of our democracy. Our churches play a fundamental role in governance. So too our private sector. The question is now, how do you bring all of that together in a framework that satisfies everyone's purpose for participating, but at the same time delivers the best result for the people? That takes a little time to work out. We have people who have international reach, international influence, people in high offices all over the world. We have to put in place a structure that, so if they were to use their office, it's meaningful. They don't meet up on red tape and bureaucracy and then get frustrated and say, I can't bother with Jamaica. So before I pull people in, I have to make sure that when they come in, there is something meaningful for them to do. And we have been building that out. So I've had a discussion with Prime Minister Pattison and Prime Minister Golding. Yes, they are former Prime Ministers, but I always refer to them as Prime Ministers, because that is the respect I pay to them. So I've had a discussion with them, and they are eager to help. But we have to find the right mechanism as to how they can give support. And we are in dialogue as to how that could happen. There are other Jamaicans in high offices all over the world calling me up, I want to help, I want to help. We are working out how that can be. Now, in the phase that we are, which is the relief phase, there's not so much to do other than to make sure the logistics work. Because in the relief phase, what you need is that aid comes in, it moves to a storage area which is central, you record it, which is what ODPEM does, and then the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the Ministry of Local Government say, hey, here are the communities, here are the people, and the JDF works out the logistics for movement, where private sector vehicles and other vehicles and trucks and whatever can assist in moving them to the hub in the region, and then they are broken down into spokes into various communities. And that is what we are trying to establish now, because that supply chain operation has to stand up for at least 2 months. And then, of course, Parliament has to have oversight on it. Why is this community getting and not that community? Hey, you forgot that community. Hey, you should put some more. That's what the Oversight Committee will do. And that's how that relief I'm expecting will operate. But we will have to immediately, almost in parallel, transition to recovery, where we have to answer difficult questions. Should Black River be where it is? How do we build a resilient town in Black River? What are we going to do with Falmouth? Precisely. What are we going to do with the hospitals? Should we rebuild these hospitals with zinc roofs? And schools. All of these are questions that we have to work out. And there are political issues involved, and so it really does need that kind of senior experienced politicians, statesmen who have been in the system long, who can help that conversation along in order to make these massive changes that are needed to make Jamaica resilient. So as we get into those discussions, you will see the importance of having persons like our statesmen, people of influence and high regard in the society, guiding debate, convening, and giving support. And that is being structured as we speak. This is a crisis, Madam Speaker. And it is one thing that we must never do, is waste a crisis. The other word for crisis is opportunity. And this is an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to make Jamaica stronger. So as I close, Madam Speaker, I want to thank all Jamaicans who have participated in the national effort to ensure that we are recovering, that our brothers and sisters in the other half of the island that was struck, that they are getting relief. It is not perfect. I'm certain that as I speak, there are communities now that have not yet been reached, that there may very well be bodies that have not yet been collected. I'm certain that there is a child that is hungry as I speak. But as I speak, I know, Madam Speaker, that the systems are being rapidly put in place to ensure that that human suffering comes to an end very quickly. And I know that with unity, togetherness, genuine unity and togetherness, Jamaica will recover and recover stronger. Madam Speaker, there is the National Partnership Council. Again, a feature, has become a feature of our government. I intend to call the Partnership Council either this week or early next week, depending on diaries and availability. And in that, under that umbrella, we will have the churches and all the other civic organizations to have this discussion around national unity for recovery. And it can't only be a discussion. There has to be commitment to unity. And as I stand here, Madam Speaker, I am committed to a unified approach to the recovery. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the House and thank listeners and thank Jamaicans for paying attention to this presentation. God bless Jamaica.
responding will be the Leader of the Opposition. Prime Minister, could you turn the mics off?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his presentation today. It covered a great deal of ground and provided useful information as to how we as members of Parliament can expect to operate in the near future, and also the longer-term approach that the government wishes to take in grappling with this catastrophic tragedy that has befallen our nation. I want to also take this opportunity to express my heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of all who have perished in this terrible catastrophe, whether in the storm itself or in the aftermath. And to express my sympathies to the thousands of Jamaicans whose lives have been severely disrupted by the impact of this cataclysmic hurricane. Madam Speaker, in this House are many MPs who have been living among the people who are going through this suffering. And there's no doubt that it has been a traumatic and emotional experience for them. I hope that this afternoon you will allow them an opportunity to speak to what they have seen and what their thoughts and feelings are about it, because I think it's very important that they get that opportunity. Many of them have come from far to be here today, and I hope you will indulge them with that. Madam Speaker, we are fortunate, I think, that Kingston and St. Andrew was largely spared from the devastation of this hurricane. It has enabled the government to function. It has enabled Parliament to meet in normal conditions. And it shows the critical importance of being able to function as a government and as political representatives in the aftermath of an event such as this. One can't really imagine how we would be responding were the path of that hurricane to have been one which had visited that kind of destruction on the decision-making nerve center of the country. And it's something we have to bear in mind as we plan for the future. Madam Speaker, I look forward to hearing from the Minister of Finance in due course, hopefully soon, on the financial implications of what has happened, on the layered financing structure that is in place for dealing with natural disasters in Jamaica. We know that the agricultural sector has suffered an immense hit. Farmers have suffered huge losses. And of course, in that regard, it is not limited to just the West. I know that there are farmers in many parts of Jamaica which have suffered major hits, Minister. I'm sure you would agree. And so in how we design relief, we have to take that into account. It is, although the West is devastated and requires utmost care and attention and sympathy and resources and coordination, as you have said, there are many other parts of Jamaica that have also suffered significant damage and losses, and that has to be taken into account as well. I think everyone in this House must be extremely concerned about the impact of the hurricane on our students. Many schools have been very badly hit, and unfortunately, in those areas, that has also come with the failing of the electricity supply system and internet connectivity. So the option which existed in COVID, where one could rapidly try to transition to online learning and so on, is not readily available as a solution at this time. This means that we have to have a very creative and flexible approach to bringing students back into the education system to minimize learning loss, take into account the need to do so safely, and also take into account the psychological impact that this hurricane has had on them, and indeed their teachers, principals, and everyone else involved in the education system. And we look forward to hearing more of that in due course. Madam Speaker, right now there are tens of thousands, one doesn't know the number.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired. The standing orders were not suspended. The standing orders, Leader, the standing orders were not suspended to allow for the completion. Could you please move? So move.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Leader of the Opposition to complete his presentation.
Thank you, House Leader. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that indulgence. I think that's a good start. I hope, as I've said, similar indulgences will be afforded my colleagues when their time comes to respond to the Prime Minister's statement. Where I was going, Madam Speaker, I was making the point that as we speak, tens of thousands, an untold number really, of our Jamaican people are living in conditions which are unbearable. Many have lost homes. Many have lost all their belongings. Many are in communities which are cut off. Many are struggling to find food. Water is a big problem because the water supply systems have been impacted by the lack of electricity, the turbidity, and other issues. So we must move rapidly to address that crisis. The provision of shelter and the longer-term solutions to the rebuilding of homes or the establishment of new solutions, that will require planning and careful thought. And I endorse the view that we cannot just do what we've done before, because we are in a new era. We're in an era where the Caribbean Sea is warming, and it has several negative effects. And one of those effects is that the storms that are emerging in the season are stronger, and they're also moving and in ways which we weren't accustomed to before. So we can expect, as the Prime Minister has said, that we will have fairly frequent situations which we have to address, and we must be more resilient, and that requires serious thought as to how we rebuild and where we rebuild. But in the immediate term, you have little children, you have the elderly, you have pregnant mothers, you have persons with disabilities who are catching at a friend's house or a relative's house. Some of them are just under a makeshift piece of tarpaulin strung up over some structure or other, and they are at risk. The public health aspect of this, the Prime Minister made reference to it. I think it's a very serious issue. There is massive settlement of water in large parts of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, and no doubt other parishes. St. Anne, rivers broke their banks. Underground water is behaving in unusual ways, and they see, when you pass through, you see numerous dead animals often in those ponded waters. This presents a serious public health risk, and we have to address that very carefully. There is also a major public health risk from people with chronic diseases who need medications which need to be kept in cool conditions, refrigerated conditions, who don't have access to refrigerated conditions for medication. There's a huge risk that those persons will suffer negative health consequences from not being able to maintain their normal course of treatment for their conditions. We have to address that. So in the hub and spoke model which we're trying to build out, that needs to be taken into account fully so that there can be a delivery of health care to people in communities who are currently not getting it. And I'm sure others will speak to that in greater detail. Prime Minister, I have some concerns, and you've heard my recommendation, and I'm glad you're giving it thought, and I'm glad you're listening to what we're saying so carefully, and listening to others as well. That's a good thing. I too want to endorse, as I have been, the importance of us as leaders in the society being united in the response to this terrible calamity. Communities have supporters of both sides who have been impacted by this thing. We are Jamaicans, and we love each other, we love our nation, and we must approach dealing with this with mutual respect, care, and love. And I can assure you, Prime Minister, that we genuinely seek to be part of the solution to help Jamaica get through this. You can count on us cooperating and playing a constructive role to the extent we are afforded the opportunity to do so. And I hope that in the design of the overall mechanism for charting the course forward, for dealing with the rollout of the recovery and reconstruction, that the need for unity, the confidence that will come when people at home and abroad see a united mechanism, a mechanism built on that principle being the way in which it is done. I think that there's a lot to be said for that, and that's why I made the recommendation that I have. One of the concerns I have is currently the command structure is not well understood, if there is one. And I have had to be trying to identify points of entry into the disaster response mechanisms that have been established in order to provide information, vital information, that those who are handling the response need to know in order to respond and deal with these situations quickly. And we need to have clear lines of communication into the chain of command for the different aspects of what is manifesting itself now, so that we know who to approach and how to deal with that. It cannot be ad hoc. It cannot be totally informal. It must be transparent. It must be clear what it is. And there must be accountability for how the resources which are going to be deployed are deployed, so that the people providing those resources, especially persons who are doing it out of the kindness or generosity of their heart and spirit, feel that the sacrifice they are making on behalf of the Jamaican people are sacrifices that were well worth making, and they feel that their sacrifices have been treated with the respect that is due to it, by ensuring that it is used for the desired purpose and for no other purpose. And in that governance oversight mechanism isn't clear to me at the moment, and I think it's very important that it become clear and that it be consistent with the principle of inclusion and unity that you have spoken to in your address. Prime Minister, the impact on the economy will be profound. The tourism sector has taken a heavy hit. Many hotel assets have suffered damage in various degrees of severity. Some have been very badly hit, some have been moderately hit, some have got off relatively lightly, and we're glad for that. We know that agriculture is going to be, has been decimated, and this will impact the price of foods, and this will impact the availability of foods. And we need to address food security issues quickly so that our people do not suffer in this time. There will be displacement of employment. How we're going to respond to that, that remains to be seen. During COVID, funding was provided to hotels that were shut down to enable employment to continue for a period of time. I don't know whether that mechanism will be considered again or whether there will be a massive public works program to absorb and labor and provide people with opportunities to earn something during the period of recovery. But these things are very important, and we look forward to hearing them and even participating in their development if we're allowed to do so. Madam Speaker, equity is critical at this time. People are on edge, people are angry, people are afraid, and if they feel that the way in which the relief effort is being deployed on the ground is not consistent with the way in which it is being articulated in Parliament and elsewhere, it will cause problems. I have some concerns. I am not going to raise them here today. I'm going to speak because they're very specific issues, but I'm going to talk to the persons who I think can address them. But the point I want to make, Prime Minister, is that you have given a commitment here today that nobody should suffer any disadvantage because of anything to do with political affiliation or indeed who they are and where they are. The issue is need and the response to the need. And everybody should be treated proportionately in accordance with the extent of their need. And I would ask every member of this House, every MP who's going to have responsibility for allocations that are being provided to help people, to approach it in that way and to ensure that it's based on need and it's not based on whether the person vote for this one or that one. That is not relevant now. What matters now is helping our people to get back on their feet, whether they're Labourite or PNP or no P at all. Prime Minister, I agree with the extension of the exemption from customs duty for an additional month to facilitate the tremendous goodwill towards Jamaica being actualized in tangible demonstrations of things coming into the country to help our people. 30 days would have been unduly short given the time it takes to get the logistics of those things worked through. An additional month is helpful, and I'm sure you will take that into account and under advisement and watch it as things go along. But I do agree with that, and in fact I had suggested it as well, so I'm glad we're seeing it. The National Week of the Cleanup Week, like the idea, I think it will help us all pull together. One thing I would say in the design of it, already there are people in my constituency, for example, I'm sure I'm not the only one, who want to go and help in the areas where they're the most need. And I would love if in the National Cleanup Week, we're all going to get some allocation for that. But to the extent that our cleanup needs are not nearly at the scale of some other areas, if we could lend a hand in other communities or constituencies where there's a real need, I think that would be a very therapeutic and appropriate way of us all pitching in this time. I will. Them go alert. So, Prime Minister, I don't want to speak for long because I know others need to have an opportunity to speak today. And as I've said before, I hope they'll be afforded that opportunity. There's a lot of pain in the land, a lot of angst, and we as human beings who care about our constituents, who are elected to represent and want to make their lives better, faced with the suffering that is there on the ground, it is having a serious impact on everybody, including us. And I think being able to come here and speak to those issues, express our concerns, and so on, is a very important thing. And I now will yield to allow others to make their own contributions today. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Members, the floor is now open for you to ask questions. Prime Minister, if it so pleases you, we would appreciate your response at the end of all questions. Thank you, Prime Minister. Members? Members, could you turn your mics off, please? Prime Minister, could you turn your mic on, please? No, Prime Minister, just turn your mic on again, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition raised a few concerns, not really questions, but I will treat them as questions and answer them as such. Right, so, but I'll treat them as questions and answer them as such. The concern about health care. The government is taking it seriously. The Minister of Health has brought to Cabinet yesterday a budget for the initial recovery of the healthcare system. We'll make that public very shortly as soon as we have resolved how we're going to fund it. But an important point towards the provision of healthcare. 7 days after the disaster struck, we can report that we have stood up a field hospital in Black River, sponsored by Samaritan Spurs. It is a 30-bed facility with operating theater, ICU, pharmacy. It comes with a helicopter, I gather. It has 60 staff members from the Samaritan Spurs, supported by Jamaican doctors, and they will be able to augment the services that are now very limited from the Black River Hospital for the entire St. Elizabeth. It is almost as if you have a brand new functioning hospital right there. Of course, it is temporary in infrastructure, but it will provide the service. We will have 4 more deployed around the island in short order, and these will be in the Noel Homes in Hanover, SAV in Westmoreland, and Cornwall Regional. So, and Falmouth, forgive me, and Falmouth, I missed Falmouth. I said 4 and I called 3. So in the most affected areas, we will see a restoration of service delivery in healthcare that will ensure that the worst that we would expect after such a disaster does not materialize. As it relates to management, Leader of the Opposition, you will recall that last year I commissioned a review of our disaster response mechanism because seeing it firsthand, I was not satisfied with the response. Though we did very well, we were able within 2 weeks to move to the recovery stage and so forth. But you know, in today's world, everyone expects immediate, instantaneous response. People are not going to take into consideration that, you know, Jamaica is a small country. You know, we don't have enough helicopters. It takes 3 or 4 days for the helicopters from our partners to get here. They're not going to be concerned that the roads are blocked and the equipment mobilization takes some time. When I look at the response of Jamaica relative to other countries that have been impacted by a Category 5, to report what we can report on day 6, which is yesterday. So, Madam Speaker, you know, but having said that, we recognize that we must strengthen coordination and management so that the questions that you raise regarding certainty as to who is responsible or certainty of response. I mean, we have had a complaint that, you know, someone is calling to give aid or to make an offer for something and they can't get a response. Or the person who answers says, I have to go and clear it at another level and then it takes so long to come back. These are issues which we have to resolve. And I would say to you, Leader of the Opposition, that in addition to moving ODPEM under OPM, we have also now appointed a new Director General. It's Commander Alvin Gale. He has been seconded from the JDF to take leadership of ODPEM to streamline the operations of ODPEM. So we are taking the measures, and we will be doing other changes and restructuring as we are at the same time scaling up the relief effort.
Floor is now open to questions. Members, I would have had a discussion with the Leader of Opposition Business. We will continue to apply the standing orders. Please take a look at Standing Order 17, particularly 17B as it relates to Prime Minister's question time, and 17C as it relates to Minister's question time. Thanks, members. And this is particularly as it relates to national disasters and matters of national interest. Thank you. First member.
Madam Speaker.
The member from Portland Eastern. I haven't touched your mic, member from Portland Eastern. I haven't touched it. So, members, the member from Manchester South.
It's my mic.
The member from Westmoreland Eastern, sorry. The mic system doesn't allow for any of those arrangements. When I suggested that members, take your seat, member from Westmoreland Eastern. Members, the first sitting had persons turning on their mics and turning them off. like a musical chair. We worked out as a parliament, along with the clerks, a mechanism that we thought would be very efficient. However, persons have raised objections to holding their hand up. If hands are held up and we do not turn on the mic until you're recognized, then it makes it easier if you turn your mic off by accident to be able to speak next. However, you currently have 4 mics on. So if you turn off your mic, then we will have to turn off everyone's mic to go back to that order. Or we just continue. So, member from Portland Eastern, you would now be at the back of the line. I didn't touch your mic other than to turn it on. Member from Westmoreland East, your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions. At the outset, nothing that I say is politically motivated. I guess when a politician is saying something, people naturally think it's political because it's coming from a politician.
Member, just straight to the question.
No, Madam Speaker, please. I have a mother that is in St. Anne. I don't have one in here.
Member,
right?
question, please.
Don't do that.
Straight to the question, member.
I am simply trying to set the context of what I am saying by saying that nothing that I have to say here is politically motivated. It's a simple point.
No, but there must be a reason why I feel the need to say because of all the social media saying.
My first question, because I think we have to learn from what we do. My first question. In the preparation for the hurricane, when the initial allocation was made of $200 million, we were told that some of us constituencies were not included in that allocation of $200 million. We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told that we're not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
My second question. In the lead up again to the hurricane, we were told that the supplies would not get to the shelters until the system started and persons started going to the centers. Do you think that was the appropriate decision, seeing that we were preparing for a Category 5 hurricane, and naturally it would have caused disruption in access to get to the shelters? I could have made my points easier, but since you want to put them as questions, I just put them as questions. Do we have an idea, an accurate count of the number of deaths that have occurred in Jamaica?
No.
Because based on my count from my own constituency, in the Darliston division, there are 12. In the Leamington division, 4. Betheltown division, 2. And 7 in the White House division, which is giving me 25. So do we have an accurate count as to the number of deaths that have taken place in the country? Do we believe that the response to retrieve the bodies was appropriate, because we've had funeral homes that had to come for some, and the community members had to bury others in eastern Westmoreland. So do we believe that the response has been adequate to pick up the bodies? In terms of the response of ministries, departments, and agencies, how do we go about making an assessment on how we deploy personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies to constituencies that are affected? Eastern Westmoreland is where landfall was made. A Category 5 hurricane, the eye of it, so that carries the eye wall, went across the constituency, starting in New Hope to Darleston to Betheltown, and then over into South St. James. Total devastation and destruction along the entire constituency. Do we believe that enough personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies have been mobilized for a constituency like this, which is in fact the actual ground zero of the hurricane? My next question: do we think that the condition that obtains in the shelters currently is adequate? The Maud McLeod shelter in Darleston, the persons there are sleeping on the desk that are within the shelter. Not one mattress is at the facility. Females are there that are having their monthly cycles without any form of supplies being given to that center. 3-month-old baby in the center. Do we think that sufficient work is being done in the centers, in the shelters that currently obtain? There are over, by my estimation, at least 2,000 homes that are flat, not damaged. They are totally destroyed. The foundation is all that you see. Do we think enough is being done to provide shelter, food, and water for those persons who have been displaced? I'm encouraged, Prime Minister, by some of what you have said. I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. Not being unreasonable, I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. The establishment of the points by the JDF is something that is long overdue, so that we can have access points across the constituency where you can airlift supplies to and then distribute from there, and that we can get medical personnel in place. The hurricane itself and the destruction that it has caused is a high-stress environment. To be hypertensive, have high blood pressure, and be out of your medication in a high-stress environment is a recipe for disaster. It's a ticking time bomb. So those persons that are within Eastern Westmoreland that needs medical care, the centers have to be set up urgently in a way that the Army can mobilize persons to the different communities so they can attend to persons. There are at least 3 communities that are still marooned. And at Grand Gala, we see soldiers rappelling from the helicopters. It can't be just practice. Now is the real thing. Beeston Spring, which have Beeston Spring, the 3 areas that are maroon, Beeston Spring, and a community called Touch Valley, and there's another section there called Left Hall, and then you have Amity, up in close to the border with South St. James. PM, my own assessment, and I'm not a specialist in this, but my own assessment, looking at the damage to the housing stock, is that I believe that the only thing that I see that can quickly deal with it is the containerized housing solutions that come anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 US landed
Member,
and erected.
Member, do you have any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Okay, please,
yes,
member.
I do. Yes, I do.
Please, member, questions.
What is the possibility of us, as a country, putting a program together that will see us being able, and I'm sure the other members from Westmoreland will speak for themselves, but and surrounding areas, because Northwest St. Elizabeth is in the same category, you know. So it's not a political point that I am making, because the damage there is just as bad. What is the possibility of us being able to implement a program quickly where we can get some of those units erected, so at least we can get that mother from under the tarpaulin with her children? That is the current situation in Belmont and Bluefields and elsewhere across the constituency. We also need, if you want me to ask it as a question, when will we be able to have some repair done to the gas station facilities, so that when somebody says to me they're coming from Kingston, I don't have to ask them to bring me low sulfur so that I can drive? When will we have some facility in place that persons can get access to fuel, so that they can, even the elected officials, that they can actually go to the communities? Madam Speaker, I have nothing but concern for the people that I represent. I don't care who they voted for. Not my concern at this time. I'm talking about the people and how they are currently living. Anybody who doubts what I am saying, take a trip for yourself. And if it doesn't cause you to have tears, then you are not human. Anybody that doubts what I'm saying, take a trip for yourself. If you think that I am just here grandstanding, take a trip for yourself and have a look at the situation. It is a total and complete disaster in eastern Westmoreland, and this is a cry for help.
The member from Westmoreland Central. So two mics came on. Member from St. Andrew East, please do not turn your mic off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, for those persons who have turned their mics on, it would be very good to put them up, because then it's easier to see that your mic has been turned on. Thank you.
All right, Madam Speaker, my first question is with regard to the health system. There was mention of the hospitals and what we've done to the public hospitals that were damaged. But I'm asking if there's any consideration for the health centers, especially in the remote areas, because it's still difficult for persons to travel from those areas to the Savlamar Hospital, for example. So places like Williamsfield, places like Cornwall Mountain, that the centers have been really devastated, destroyed in a significant way. We're wondering if anything will be put in place, like, for example, makeshift tents, for example, and the staffing will still be there to accommodate these people so they don't have to come to the South Hospital that you already know has been burdened before the disaster. much less after the disaster. So we're asking for some consideration there. My second question is regards to the container houses. The member from Eastern had mentioned it, but I just want to know if there will be an actual allocation per constituency, especially in those areas that were damaged so badly. Westmoreland is known for wooden structures, and you would have imagined, those of you who would have been there would have seen the devastation. Thousands of houses were destroyed. We know we won't be able to fix everybody's house. But we're asking, for example, in these constituencies like Westmoreland Central, Westmoreland Eastern, Westmoreland Western, for example. So all the constituencies that were severely damaged, if there will be a special allocation for those constituencies that we know had these wooden structures and naturally would have suffered more than other constituencies that don't have so many wooden structures. And if so, with the construction of these, will it be a centralized thing where they are constructed one place and sent down? Or will we have contractors in different areas so this process can be speeded up instead of us waiting on one particular person to make all of these, which would definitely take a longer time. My next thing, the Prime Minister mentioned that he's waiting on the road bill, which we all know is a serious thing. But what I'm asking, if there has been any deployment of the NWA team to identify emergency areas. So for example, in the Froome area, the road has severely been compromised where the bridge at Ricketts River is. Part of the road is gone. So the bridge is now severely compromised and we don't know if it can collapse at any point in time. So we're asking if a team has already been deployed to actually identify the emergency areas, because those areas will have to be looked at even before you get the total road bill for where the damage is expected to be. And my last question is with regards to the distribution of the food packages. I know the Prime Minister stated earlier in his presentation that there is no intent from the government to have any unfair or politicize anything. But there was a situation today in Westmoreland, and even after I spoke to the minister, the minister reached out to me this morning to let me know that an helicopter was coming down with food supplies from the ministry. And after the helicopter came, there was total chaos down there. What I can tell you is that before the helicopter came, the former MP and his team was there with trucks and stuff. There are videos of everything being loaded basically in those things. So the thing you're trying to avoid by not politicizing it, it actually played out today. The minister had no part in it based on my conversations with him because he directly spoke to me. And I had a team who went there. But the staff, I don't know where the communication came from. But what we realized happened that somebody obviously communicated with the former member of parliament. I am not there obviously today because I'm here. And what really happened is that that distribution today has now been labeled as being political, because everybody who went there would have seen that former politics being played out today. So what we're trying to avoid, just as what you said, actually played out in central Westmoreland today. So what I'm asking is, going forward, how do we decide on how we do this type of distribution? Because one, if you go to one place and everybody comes there, there's going to be chaos. So naturally, if a helicopter is coming, one, you're going to need enough police and soldier presence there. And what we would want to know is that we ensure that the coordination is there where we know exactly what is coming, where we're going to collect it. So if the MP is in charge, we will coordinate with the local team at the ministry, at the NIS office. We'll speak to the manager, for example, work out the way how we'll distribute, because somebody has to lead it. And in this case, you have to trust the member of parliament to say we're not going to send it only to PNP communities, but we are Jamaicans, and we will be distributing it equally across every community that we know needs assistance. So we have no problem in working out all of those things, but we don't want it, what happened today, to ever happen again, because as I said, it left a bitter taste in the mouths of many of the citizens. Persons have been calling me since I've been here. I'm always on the phone, people texting me, asking me, what is really happening here? Because as I said, what would have showed up today, it would seem as if the former MP, who is now the caretaker, was the person who was in charge today on spot for the distribution of the items. And we don't want that to be in the thoughts of the people, because we know that is supposed to be the case. So going forward, I'm asking, how are we going to do these things differently so we don't have a repeat of what happened today? So those are my questions.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, the member from St. Andrew South East, and then
Clarendon North. Clarendon North.
and then the member from Clarendon North.
Madam Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister. Can the government confirm whether it has received confirmation that it will get the full payout of the 150 million US catastrophe bond which we undertook? My understanding is that we have received, or the payout is on its way for the 70 million Caribbean catastrophe risk insurance bond. CRIF. The policy. If we get the full payout, Madam Speaker, both would amount to about 35 billion Jamaican dollars. Based on the Prime Minister's initial estimates of between 6 to 7 billion US dollars, which is about 1 trillion Jamaican dollars, even with the relaxation of the fiscal rules, and you might have 2 to 3% of GDP space, we still will have a significant shortfall. So my question to the government and the Ministry of Finance, have we commenced discussions, negotiations, submissions, particularly to the IMF that has a rapid funding facility that would allow us to access money to deal with all the priorities that you spoke about and that the members have raised? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spent the last 6 days going through the constituency of Northern Clarendon, and the housing stock have been severely affected. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if the allocation of $5 million to the constituency, if he believes that is sufficient. We have more than 500 homes that have been affected, more than 100 persons who are homeless and are spending time with friends or family within the constituency, and that needs to be remedied urgently. We also have a road network that was non-existent, but with the rainfall, we now have nowhere to pass in some parts of the constituency. And we have a gully network now, according to Comrade Bunting. And we want to know if, or Member Bunting, I apologize. I want to know if there will be any allocation for special treatment to the road network and infrastructure in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. And thirdly, we have 3 communities in Northern Clarendon that are labeled to be flood prone: Anion Town, Anderson Town, and Bogwell. And those were flooded during the hurricane. And Anderson Town and Bogwell is currently inundated, marooned. I had to get into Bogwell by going on a raft on Saturday. I want to know more from a medical standpoint as well, what sort of health support we will put in there, given that we know that mosquito infestation will take place and all the different mosquito-borne diseases that will arrive thereafter. And my last question is, with the drains, rivers, and sinkholes that are in those 3 communities, do we believe that adequate attention and resources were provided for them so that they could have been prepared for the flooding that came? And I would like to understand, I would like to understand from the Prime Minister if we are going to be treating those 3 communities, Anderson Town, Bogwell, and Anion Town, in any special way because of the lay of the land and how they are situated. The member from South West St. Ann is a neighboring constituency and understands the space very well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next is the member from Westmoreland Western.
Prime Minister, let me start off by saying, Prime Minister, who are you? Oh? Prime Minister, let me endorse a lot of the things that you have spoken about. Number one, Prime Minister, I'm in a constituency where there is almost 1,000 of our citizens have left homeless or without a home. Just total devastation. I hear you spoke about the Fair Trade Commission, and I just want to ask you a question. Well, a statement and a question. The price of gas has almost doubled in Westmoreland. Gas, food, building material, bus, and taxi fare. Now, I would like you to explain to me more or less.
Would you be so kind? Pull your mic a little bit closer to you. I think it may help with the volume.
I would like an answer. I would like an answer, Prime Minister.
So members from St. Catherine Southwest, if persons abide by the ruling, no matter what, the system would work. Because the ruling was that members turn on their mic when they are observed by the speaker in keeping with the standing orders. However, members have chosen to turn on their mics, and once it goes off, you're at the back of the line. So persons complain about meeting the speaker's eye. Hopefully, over a little time, we will get there. We'll get there. So, I've turned on the mic. I'm not seeing it. Okay, the member from St. Catherine South, you'll have to go through the rounds. No. Unless all persons would like to turn off their mics. Or maybe the member would like to go and speak from a seat other than your own, and then swap back with the member.
Prime Minister, as I was saying before, in a question, when you speak about the Fair Trade Commission...
Remember, your volume is low, so you may want to pull the mic closer to you.
The price of fuel has doubled. The price of food has doubled. The price of building material doubled. Taxi and bus fare have doubled also. I want you to give me an answer to how the government going to work within Westmoreland, Western or the parish of Westmoreland, in stopping some of the abuses which are taking place with our citizens. That's number one. Number two is when you speak to the assessment that will be done. Prime Minister, I want to ask a question. It's hard when you go to a citizen home and the citizen basically is without a roof. I think, and this is just a suggestion, Prime Minister, if we could more or less hire 100 persons in every constituency to go out and start doing the assessment, because it's hard to tell a man who is without a roof that he's going to have to wait until we clear all the roads, until we put all the mechanism in place to ensure synergy and all of that good stuff. So I'm recommending to you, Prime Minister, asking you, would it be possible for every constituency that is affected, for the Ministry of Labour, whoever it is, for us to get some temporary labor to go around and do this assessment? That's two. Three is the shelters. And I speak about the shelter in Townhead and other shelters. There's no bed. There's no food. Persons are sleeping on the concrete. And I'm just wondering if we could pay some more attention to Westmoreland. I don't want to say everything here because the international press is here, so, and you don't hear everything out to the public. But Prime Minister, I'm willing to have a conversation in terms of where we go from here, in terms of how do we help our people. In terms of when you speak to tourism, we have thousands of workers now that are without a job in the tourism sector. The leader of the opposition mentioned some level of compensation for tourism workers. But a couple of weeks ago, the Minister of Tourism came here and he said that under the IDB, there was $1 billion for small hotels to refurbish. And I want to ask the Prime Minister, could a part of that $1 billion be used for grant funding in terms of ensuring that the hotels in the constituency, the workers within the constituency, something can be worked out where between the workers and the hotel, the tourism sector, both work hand in hand in ensuring that we can get up running pretty soon. Prime Minister, the level of devastation / destruction that is in Westmoreland. I heard Member Vaz speak to just the level of trust in terms of the members of parliament and the government. I want to work with the government in ensuring that we help all citizens. And it's very important. And it's very important from the side of the government also that you do everything in your powers to ensure that there's a level of fairness and there's a level of honesty in working with the members of parliament in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, or wherever, in ensuring that our people get the necessary needs and wants in going forward. Thank you.
Member from St. Catherine South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Prime Minister, I too join in welcoming this statement and much of what you have addressed. A couple of questions, Prime Minister. One that has been raised regarding the extension of the custom duty exemption for a further month, but a couple of things I never got them. One, if items are shipped before the expiration date, would they qualify for the exemption? What are the details of before the expiration, if they would benefit from it? Goods in transit. Okay, fine. The second question on that point, Prime Minister, there are a list of items clearly set out in the customs public document, but things such as heavy equipment, where you have external parties who are prepared to come to the country, bring their own equipment, heavy equipment, to be used with intention to re-export them upon the completion of their, after 1 year, year and a half, and so forth. Will considerations be given for those items critical to the recovery and rebuilding that don't fall in the published list that we are aware of? Next question, Prime Minister. I heard in the media the big cry of many in Western Jamaica about being able to access cash. One quotation is that cash is king. Nobody is selling any item on credit. Many of the digital platforms are down from connectivity, electricity, etc. And cash becomes the only currency of transaction. In light of this national situation, where cash is critical to that side of the country, can some consideration be made with the bank's financial institution to, one, have banks in close proximity to those areas, and within those areas where there's electricity, etc., be open for extended hours within and around those areas that are so badly affected. Secondly, in regards to cash, for all the financial institutions to waive fees and withdrawal of cash from their account for this, in this circumstance. ATM machines, there are charges. With in-bank withdrawal, there are charges. For internal transfers, there are charges. It is inconceivable that the financial institution will not be willing to give favorable consideration, and worse, that they have not yet done it on their own initiative. But it is better to be late than never. Thirdly, it's health-related, Prime Minister. Much have been said, both by the Leader of the Opposition and the member from Eastern Westmoreland, about the influx or increase in mosquito infestation. My constituency and Portmore is not there, and thankfully we have been spared. But what is certain is that we're going to have high mosquito infestation in Portmore. Well, it has started already. Prime Minister, it's a time of national emergency. The Portmore municipality has long indicated its willingness to assume that function if the Ministry of Health will delegate that authority to them to do it. As Member of Parliament, I am prepared to give some of my CDF allocation. I'm certain my colleague from Southeast St. Catherine and from East Central St. Catherine will be willing to make some contribution so that there is some local control and some efficiency in having mosquito control in that area on a regular basis. And in that regard, I plead your consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for allowing us to speak. I come here today with a heavy heart and burdened by the devastation
Member,
that I left behind.
just to
Hanover.
introduce you, member from Hanover Eastern.
Thank you. I am disappointed that efforts were made to get information with regards. I have questions. The questions are coming, but it is indeed important that I make it the public and the Eastern Hanover citizens be aware that efforts were made and pleas were made for help.
So, member, in keeping with the standing orders, what you could do is to phrase it as a question.
I have questions.
You phrase your statement in questions, right?
I would like to know, if the Prime Minister is aware that Eastern Hanover was badly hit by Melissa. It is a valid question.
Members, please allow.
My question.
Members, please allow the member from Hanover Eastern to ask her questions.
I don't want to be bullied, respectfully. I don't want to be bullied. It is important that I say what I'm saying. I have made efforts. I sent messages to Minister Charles. None of my messages were answered. However, this morning, representatives from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security are in Hanover. We have not received anything from government as yet. We have marooned communities. With regards to the Prime Minister's statement, nothing was mentioned about those maroon communities. Communities like Chigwell, where the water is rising. Communities like Forest, Chester Castle, Lethe, Cops, and earlier I received a message that persons are marooned in New Mills. So it is indeed important that before I get to my questions, I lay these facts down. My questions are, when can we expect food and medical relief for Eastern Hanover? When can we expect air relief to residents of Chester Castle and New Mills, and also in the Forest area where people are moving around on boats? Thank you.
Thank you, member. The member from St. Elizabeth Northeast.
Thank you.
Member, you turned your mic off and on again, and that is unlikely that the person sitting beside you is the next person in line. Hold on. You may have to move. The person next in line is the member from Portland East. Don't just yield. You can ask your question first, then the member from St. Elizabeth can come across to you. St. Elizabeth Northeast. So don't turn your mic off.
I won't, Madam Speaker,
Thank
but
you.
chivalry is not dead. So if my friend will, thank you. I will yield.
So member, in keeping with the standing orders, permission to speak from a seat other than your own.
Might I have permission to speak from a seat other than my own?
Yes, member.
Madam Speaker.
So remember, member questions.
Very well, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Eastern Portland. My questions to the Prime Minister are as follows. Madam Speaker, I wonder whether there will be any consideration to offering or engaging shelter managers on a paid basis. And I ask that against the background of persons calling me on the day of the hurricane to ask if I could help to locate shelter managers because there was no way to access particular shelters in some of my constituency. I also ask it against the background of having visited shelters in Thornton and Quickstep, which were without resources, no bedding, etc., and there were no measures in place for persons who were actually coming in. I wonder if we perhaps engage shelter managers on a paid basis, if we might have a better outcome in terms of the future preparation for these types of natural disaster. My second question has to do with the issue of housing. Would the Prime Minister be in a position to indicate or provide a timeline for persons living in northeastern St. Elizabeth to expect when they can perhaps look forward to having a roof over their heads? And I understand the exigency of the situation, but I asked the question because up to this morning, a resident from Park Mountain asked me, she said that she knew that the situation is dire, but she wanted to know when we would be able to assist her to get a house for her 5 children. So I'm asking, can the Prime Minister provide or indicate a timeline that those residents who were affected can look forward to getting housing assistance? Third, the Prime Minister spoke about connectivity and Starlink communication. Will there be any consideration to providing such connectivity to communities in northeastern St. Elizabeth? And if the answer is yes, might we have a timeline for the provision of such services? And finally, Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency that is cut off in the interiors, in the hills, where there is the likelihood that power and energy will not resume anytime soon, will there be any consideration to putting in place special measures to provide alternative form of energy to these communities that are cut off and are unlikely to be able to be restored to the JPS grid at any particular time in the near future? And I ask again, because it has come to my attention that there are specific generators that can actually power entire communities. So
Thanks.
will the government be looking into providing any kind of relief by way of power connectivity to these communities which have been deeply affected? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Members, remember, do not repeat yourself or repeat questions already asked. The next member is the member from, oh gosh, I forgot about you. Would you be so kind? Chivalry is not dead. However,
Madam Speaker, I will seek your permission to speak from a seat that is not my own.
And then turn over to.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if karma is alive in this room, but certainly one good deed I benefit from now. I'm seeking your permission under Standing Order 18 to set the context of my question. If not permitted, then I will move forward. But I know that you use it slavishly, and I just need an explanation so that the Prime Minister don't misinterpret anything I'm saying in good faith.
So, member, I have sat here. I have sat here, and persons have made every effort not to necessarily ask their questions, regardless of the rules of the House. Member, ask your question. The Standing Order also allows, if your questions are not properly answered, to be able to ask additional questions. And member, so I spent some time on Standing Order 18.
Very well.
The purpose for Standing Order 18, personal explanation, is not one that applies to Standing Order 17 as it relates to questions and answers to questions. After the House sitting is finished, I will assist you and any new member who would like to understand what Standing Orders 18 means to elucidate that for you. Member, go to your question and I will help you after.
Madam Speaker, I tried my best. Very well. Mr. Prime Minister, I have three questions for you. One, the context of equitable distribution. Portland Eastern sits in the east of the island, but there are communities that are marooned. And I heard in your statement, you made mention of the use of technology. And while we applaud that, technology sometimes cannot be a substitute for the lived human experience. So much so that in Portland Eastern, there are communities where all the roofs were blown off. And because it's not a parish that is labeled as affected areas, albeit there are places, as in different communities that were affected, because we are a coastal parish, as you understand. Will there be a committee set up to investigate the maroon areas so that they can be attended first in time, like the other areas that have already been designated as such? In keeping with the equitable distribution, if I am to continue with the theme of dealing with human dignity, Portland Eastern is now situated as the least among us, but the spirit of the Constitution speaks about protecting the rights of the least among us. Since those who are affected that are not a part of the classification of the catastrophe that my colleagues speak of in the name parishes, it is my question to you whether you will reconsider, because of geographical location, size of the constituency, whether or not an allocation can be reconsidered on a situation ethics basis. So much so that the allocation for water for Portland Eastern, and I don't see the minister in here now, the allocation for basic, he's engaged in conversation, but the allocation for even food. Prime Minister, I did the math. It's $195 million for care packages for the 39,000 persons on the voters list alone. Now, I'm raising that to you because the public is watching. I'm in no way suggesting that you give me $195 million to feed the constituents, but I'm not being political now. The reality is, in terms of food distribution, the 1.5 million would amount to about 300 care packages at $5,000. Realistically, Prime Minister, the question I'm asking to you is in terms of the equity in distribution to ensure that persons are given the basic amenities, the basic necessities in keeping with ensuring that persons aren't excluded from the distribution. I would have raised in another forum in terms of the impossibility of government to take on the distribution by itself. It's just a consideration so that the Minister of Social Security isn't put on the back end when he's doing his best, that one understands that whatever is communicated to the government is what the government can respond to in a crisis. So a consideration that we are an island, we were all affected, and whatever mechanism is used to find the areas so the least among us is not suffering, because we are guided by the Constitution. I'm just asking you to consider that. And the last but not least, in keeping with the teachings of Jesus and situation ethics, is that we are guided to understand that at a time like this, Prime Minister, we don't see color. We don't see the political lines. And if we would communicate that to the public, that we are united on that front, then certainly when it comes to distribution, one understands that the cries that I make for Portland Eastern is as equally where the areas that are suffering from the disaster and the devastation, that they also are seen. Thank you.
Don't turn the mic off, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your indulgence.
Member from St. Andrew, Southwest, please come to the mic.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just a couple of questions that I have. The first one, when the Prime Minister spoke about the housing solutions, I was wondering whether or not, Prime Minister, for whatever the solutions are, the issues around ownership that normally attend to housing solutions for government, if those will be waived so that it will become easier for persons to access. That's one. The second question really is around the shelters. I hear you talking about how you would deal with some of the shelters. No, I was wondering if in what you were saying you also took into account that some of the places that are now shelters were not part of the Montague. That's okay. I was waiting for your undivided attention, sir. Thanks for now giving it to me. In terms of the shelters, I was wondering if you took into account the buildings or the areas that are actually functioning as shelters when you spoke about shelters, or whether you were looking at what was previously designated as shelters before. In other words, I've heard people go to one shelter, the roof blow off, go to our next shelter, the roof blow off, catch a little place over there, and that became the shelter. So I want to make sure we're clear on what you are defining as shelter, so individuals will know that wherever they are going to get the relief. And then my other two questions. One is around the economic devastation that you spoke about and whatever the solution is going to be for individuals in terms of making something available. To remember that I think you had 3 categories of parishes that were affected. I want to remind you that there are communities that are totally decimated, even in areas where there hasn't been much damage. Yeah? And in this case, and I noticed it was included when you spoke about the agriculture and the other areas for economic devastation, but I want to mention the fishers in particular, and to ask you to make sure that when we're talking, they know that they are included. And you would know, Prime Minister, that I have to talk about the fishers because I have fishing communities, and they are totally decimated. They went back out to sea, not one pot was saved. Yeah? Many of them, no netting left. Many of them, the wharves are totally gone. And so I want to make sure that although I'm in Kingston, although we don't have that level of devastation, there are these communities that will be able to get the kind of aid. And then my final question really is around whether or not, in hindsight, Prime Minister, you believe that we could have had a more transparent and effective communication, in particular with elected representatives, MPs, councillors, and other leaders. And I heard a voice over there when someone asked a question saying, if you not listen to press conference. I believe that the Parliament of the land must have a system of communication even in this national disaster that recognizes the authority of the elected members of the National House of Parliament.
The next question will come from the member. That's Bennett? That's Ms. Bennett? Bennett? From Western Hanover. Member, apologies, that was me. Is that Azan? Member from Hanover West. No, by the member from Clarendon Northwest. Clarendon Northwest member. Don't touch the button. Clarendon Northwest. No, no, that's not her.
Permission, right? It's Madam Heather.
Member from Hanover West, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek permission to speak from a seat that is not assigned to me.
Permission granted, member.
Madam Speaker, many of the farmers and fisher folk down in Western Hanover were badly damaged crops destroyed, nets gone. My question today is what kind of resource will there be a special allocation for our farmers and fisher folks under the circumstances? My other question, I welcome the Prime Minister's presentation with respect to putting in field hospitals. He did mention that Noel Holmes Hospital was badly damaged. The outpatient ward area is no more. The maternity ward is no more. In the interim, will there be some kind of measure in place to reach our elderly and vulnerable persons out in the communities? And also, what timeline is in place to put in such field hospital, and also whether or not there will be consideration to build a new hospital for Hanover? That is, the Noel Holmes Hospital as it is now and where it is, whether consideration is being had to build it elsewhere.
Don't turn off the mic. Next is the member from Clarendon Northwest. No, the person who was seated there. The member from St. James South. Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I wonder if, given the learnings we're taking from this experience, if you have given any consideration to the fact that deep rural constituencies such as South St. James, Northwest St. Elizabeth, East Central St. James may need to have a more devolved and decentralized way of managing not only disaster and recovery, but how we treat the development of deep rural constituencies. You see, when deep rural constituencies are lumped in with other constituencies as a block and treated with a one-size-fits-all kind of recovery model, you have outlying constituencies, communities that are marooned, that are treated the same way you treat the constituencies, communities at the center of the cities. Maybe it is an uncomfortable conversation, but have you given any consideration, given it's a question, to the fact that deep rural constituencies should not be allowed to wait at the back of the line for repairs to their roads, for repairs to their community centers, while we focus on the hospitals and at the middle of the parish, for example, in St. James. Yes, the hospitals need to be repaired, but should we have to wait always at the back of the line? What if we had a central repository, a group that is designed to look about our welfare even while you're looking about the welfare of those at the center? Deep rural constituencies, I believe, may even need a special department with technocrats who understand our reality, that can think about how they serve us even while others are focused on serving the centers. My second question, Prime Minister, it relates to shelter access and supply preparedness. Are you aware, Prime Minister, that deep rural constituencies were told that we should invite our residents to go to these shelters and expect to get food after the hurricane passes? What that meant for us in our experience is that communities got marooned after the hurricane passed. And so people who were in shelters from Sunday or Monday did not get food until as late as yesterday in some cases. and that when we redesign the model of preparedness, that we may have to contemplate that we have stockpiles of resources somewhere in satellite or regional offices because we are small island developing states. We're SIDS, and SIDS have to treat with our preparedness not as a 2-day notice or a 3-day notice, but months in advance we have to prepare, and prepare especially for deep rurals that can get marooned and cut off. My other question, Prime Minister, is about the accuracy of reports versus the reality on the ground. What you presented here today, I must tell you, painted a picture I wish was the case for us in South St. James. It sounded as if there was some military precision in how we prepared for the storm, and the hurricane rather, and how we responded to it. And I want to thank everybody who helped, the JDF, the JCF, the outsiders, whomever else. But as is the case in South St. James, and it could also be because the data gaps are so wide and so glaring, that we have not seen that kind of treatment that you laid out for us here today. So we didn't see the JDF people rappelling down from ropes and bringing food to the people in these remote communities. We did not see the JDF and the JCF and the NWA and all these agencies.
The other challenge you will have, member. See, I just switched off. Are you finished your questions, member? So you'll have to move to another station. So the challenge, no. So members, as of next sitting, member from Hanover, you might as well sit, your mic is off. Your mic, St. James, you may as well sit, your mic is off. Members, as of next sitting, you will not turn your mic on until after you're recognized. I know it's a point of order when he stood up, but member, your point of order. Marshall, would you be so kind? Is it possible to utilize the per mic? Would you please take it to the member for the point of order?
Check.
Madam Speaker, the member from South St. James is misleading the House, Madam Speaker. At no point and at no time in the Prime Minister's presentation did he speak about persons jumping out of helicopters, as you just said a while ago. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I understand it is a sensitive time and a sensitive period, and you're offering some latitude, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, please have the members speak honestly and follow the standing orders. Get up and ask your question. Get up and ask your question, Madam Speaker.
Another member, does another member have a point of order? No? Marshall, will you take the mic to the member from St. James? So, member from St. James South, member from St. James South.
Thank you.
You're required to ask a question. You have gotten a lot of latitude.
To ask the question.
No. In all of your discussions earlier, please get to your question. without the embellishment. Member, thanks much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Most of us appreciate English language and understand similes and metaphor, but you'll get there. No, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, and thank you. I was speaking to the reports you were receiving. I'm certain you did not go there and collect that information yourself, but you're relying on those in the field to provide you with information so you can make the best decisions. And I'm saying that what was shared here today doesn't reflect the reality we had on the ground in South St. James. As someone who walked across the constituency from Wednesday until Sunday and returns there tomorrow, I speak as their mouthpiece to say to you, Prime Minister, that what you have received, consider, or will you consider, that it may be embellished and not truly reflective of what we're experiencing. That's a question. My next question is about the scale of the damage and inadequate allocations. And I want to thank you and thank your cabinet for considering that $10 million allocation to a constituency like South St. James. But when you get a chance, and I know you have a long list of places to go, Prime Minister, will you consider coming to South St. James and these constituencies on foot this time and see for yourself the scale of the damage? I know that data is not our strong point in Jamaica. We don't collect enough data to show you that 5 or 10 or whole communities have been wiped out. And the speaker, the leader of government business can tell you, because he's from Moko, that Moko don't exist anymore. The houses have been flat. I don't know where to start with $10 million. And I'm asking that you do not apply a one-size-fits-all budget or purse to constituencies that have been totally demolished by devastating Melissa. That you come in, not by yourself, but with the technocrats, with those from Mona Geologics, those who not the politicians, they're just noise. I want you to consider, Prime Minister, to come in with the technocrats and see for yourself, because I don't know where to begin with $10 million. And my final question, Madam Speaker, to you, Prime Minister, is compensation and recognition for community responders. For me, I heard when you mentioned, Prime Minister, about all of these agencies that went in and did all of these beautiful things in the constituencies, supported by the men and women on the ground. I wish for you to understand that from our perspective, it was the entire another way around. It's 180 degrees. It was the men and women from the constituencies who went in first, second, and third to clear the way so that they could come in. And I want you to consider, or will the Prime Minister consider, that the stimulus package that you proposed be thought out in a way that not only the big contractors who come in with their trucks and their tractors from parishes in St. Thomas and Kingston get the big bucks, but consider, Prime Minister, that these people who use them saw, them hoe, them machete to clear a path be given some of the big bucks too, and not just the crumbs after they have swallowed up the bulk of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now, members, you get a lot of latitude which you abuse. You get a lot of latitude which you abuse. The member, what is his name now? He's that's St. Anne Southeast, the member from St. Anne Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Prime Minister, for your presentation. If you'd allow me, would like to also acknowledge those involved, the first responders, especially those at community level. And this being Youth and Community Month, just to thank them for the work that they've done in this response. My questions are as follows. Given the reported preparation of the shelters and the need to ensure that shelters are a place of protection for those who do not have another place in an emergency, in a storm, in a hurricane like the one we experienced, will the Prime Minister give consideration to the building of purpose-built facilities to be used as shelters in order that the situation which we now see in places such as Blackstonnage, where the children slept on the floor, where the women slept on the desks, where one woman said she had a mild stroke in one of our shelters. Will the Prime Minister make special consideration for the building of purpose-built facilities to be used as shelters and ensure that they're properly equipped so that our people do not see shelters as a place that demeans them, but as a place that protects them? Prime Minister, I must ask, how prepared were we?
Member, hold on a moment. You're okay. Thank you, member. Continue, member.
The obvious question Jamaicans are asking, Madam Speaker, is how prepared were we, given that government agencies, government departments were competing with private citizens for critical resources at the time when the hurricane was approaching. And this was not limited to tarpaulins, it also included Starlink devices, which were being bought at the last minute by government agencies, and as such undermines the preparation and the ability of individuals to respond. And so, how prepared were we? How much of the necessary prepositioning of supplies was done in order that the preparation and the response would be adequate? Prime Minister, you spoke about the affected parishes, and a couple of the colleagues have mentioned it before. In Southeast St. Anne, we have seen that the majority of houses, especially constructed with zinc roofs, suffered tremendous damages. And I speak not only for Southeast St. Anne, I know the same holds for Southwest St. Anne. And so the designation of affected parishes, I find it problematic, and therefore would like to hear your explanation as to the criteria for determining same. It also, closely related to this, is the hubs which you spoke about. I notice there are no hubs in central Jamaica, and as such, places like St. Mary, St. Anne, Clarendon, and St. Catherine. So the question is the extent to which these hubs will serve central Jamaica, and why aren't any located in this part of the country? I couldn't agree with you more. I share your desire and your call for us to double production in the parishes that were not as affected as the western parishes. Prime Minister, can you tell the House what provisions are going to be made now? My farmers are ready to go to the fields now. My micro, small, and medium business enterprises are ready to start again now. Prime Minister, what provisions are being made now to allow them to double production in the way that you have described? We are, like you, concerned about the mental health issues affecting our communities. But our communities have also lost the ability to socialize. They have the spaces that they normally use for socialization. And so, Prime Minister, would you consider making provisions for rapid repair, not only of schools, but also of community centers, and for the provision of play spaces and sporting opportunities so that we can get our people, again, relaxed, having spaces to entertain themselves and to move forward in a way that will allow them to recover fully from this hurricane. And my final question, Madam Speaker, each time we have a major disaster such as this one, we get an allocation days before. Would the Prime Minister consider putting in place an automatic trigger for funds to be released to members of Parliament once there is a tropical storm, warning or something similar? You will have your chance to ask your questions.
They have no questions.
Oh, they have no questions. So, Prime Minister, may I...
No, member. Jesus. Member, thank you very much. You said that was your final question, and you wouldn't need to restate your question. Thanks, member. Next member. The member from... Members, please allow those asking questions. Members. Members asking questions, please allow them to be heard. A member from St. Catherine Northwest. Member, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I wonder, sir, if you are aware that there are areas in St. Catherine that exist in operation but on the border of some of the harshest hit areas in Clarendon. One such area as Luida's Vale, and the Minister of Finances from Luida's Vale, extreme flooding. You see, you know our nephew ran for the division. No, Luida's Vale division. It's 1 second. Hold on. Luida's Vale. I ask for your protection, Madam Speaker. All right. Yes. But all right. But let me make my point, Mr. Prime Minister. The Luida's Vale division exists on the border of Clarendon.
Member from St. Catherine. Once you're not being heard, you may relax and take your seat at some... Not to worry. Not to worry. We have all the time in the world.
Yes. All right, thank you. So
allow the member to ask his question
Mr.
without
Prime
being
Minister,
disturbed.
The Luida's Vale division is on the border of Clarendon. And while I can accept that 3 of the 4 were not significantly affected, that particular division had extensive damage because of its location in the hills of St. Catherine. I therefore ask the question if areas like those, while in St. Catherine, can receive some consideration because of the realities. I also ask Prime Minister that we consider specific realities of communities, because the gust of the wind was not the only damaging feature. You yourself stated the difference between Haiti and I think you said Costa Rica or Chile. The initial situation of the housing, especially for poorer communities, more poor communities, would have caused for even less wind impact to create equal damage in some of those areas. And by extension, while we are not ground zero in some of those communities, the starting point of those houses have caused for some constituencies to have had similar damage, even though they were not in the center of the hurricane itself. So I ask that you consider that. Secondly, the initial response by NWA, the National Works Agency, is directed to what they term NWA roads. However, some of the essential services, like clinics and schools, are not necessarily along the NWA pathway. To that extent, while what you have announced today of giving the MPs some funding will assist to do as is necessary, for the future, I believe that there needs to be a further categorization of essential roads as versus simply NWA roads, because some of our essential services did not and does not lie on what is termed an NWA road, and the delay has caused for limited access to some of those essential services. I can speak for some of my schools that principals were delayed in getting back to school to assess and to do
Remember,
the necessary
you know better.
things.
Just ask the questions.
Yes.
What, yeah, no man, I give enough latitude. Remember, just the questions.
Yes, yes.
Because you have several members who still have questions. Thank you so much, member.
Yes.
You learned something else.
Mr. Prime Minister, is there a system, Mr. Prime Minister, in place for, Mr. Prime Minister, is there a system in place for social workers to do the necessary assessments and to pair families willing to take on persons in their homes? For example, in Kingston, a person may be willing to take somebody in their home for a short period of time. It would be best if there was a trained individual to make a pairing between the person in need and the person willing to volunteer to reduce the probability of negatives for persons willing to open their home. A lot of the rehabilitation, a lot of recovery would need to separate, especially some of our small children, from the realities that they're being faced with in the spaces of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, etc. And there are Jamaicans that have space, that have heart, that are willing to open their doors for periods of time. Is there a system of application, volunteering, and also social workers pairing so that the necessary things can be done in that way? So, Prime Minister, I saw the announcement of a Department of Volunteerism being set up, I think, in the Ministry of Culture. When will that be open for telephone calls? Is there a website up? So it will be up soon for persons to indicate. Great. Finally, Mr. Prime Minister, as a farmer who knows the pain of expecting returns and losing those returns, there are some farming-dependent communities that the trees didn't need any great gusts. They're fully damaged, fully devastated. We're seeing, we're seeing banana trees all on the ground. We're seeing sorrel that they were depending on for Christmas. We're seeing gungo. They can't get that anymore. We see pear on the ground. We see yam totally down. I didn't hear much about farming, but their recovery, their survival is totally dependent on the returns from that farming. I hear about the food package. The $5,000 package is 2 days' meal for a 3-member family. If you go to a 5-member family, possibly 1 day meal when you look at 3 pounds of flour and 3 pounds of rice. These people who might not have lost their roof, but their economic dependence, their livelihood was on farming. I can speak to many who have lost their chicken because light don't come back yet, and the freezer can't come back on. I don't need to speak for myself, I'm not the worst. I can speak for some whose chicken is now ready. And they can't kill them and must feed them. I wonder, though they were not impacted in their homes, how are we going to act for the farmers, especially because there must be a delay between replanting and reaping. These were in close proximity to reaping. How are we going to do that? And, Mr. Prime Minister, the final thing, the CDF. Can instruction be given to the CDF to relax some of their requirements? Well, you don't hear my question. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, I reached out to the CDF to get a generator and a freezer for that same chicken problem. That the chicken, I knew the constituents who would not be able to purchase a generator and freezers for the chicken and their livelihood, that we could have that at a central space and they could check in their chicken and their thing like that. The CDF suggested that wasn't within the mandate. However, the same CDF will give allocation to go buy 100 little chicken for them to start over, instead of giving us some capacity to preserve their investment because for some reason a generator was not in the rules. When there is a disaster in front of us, there needs to be some capacity to say if the proposal is sensible within the context of the times, that investment can be facilitated under that particular circumstance. So those are the questions, Mr. Prime Minister.
No, Prime Minister, you have more questions? And constituencies where on purpose. The member from St. James South. The member from St. James South made reference to the member from St. Andrew Northwest, not understanding similes and would learn or get there at some point in time. Just to let you know, members, as we go ahead in an effort of unity on our road to recovery, let's work, because I heard it and I've received a complaint. Turn on your mic, member, or if you would like, you can have the mic so that it can be recorded for the purpose of Hansard. Please be civil to each other in the House. The member from St. Andrew, East Central. You may go ahead and ask your questions, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I welcome your commitment and I'm encouraged by your presentation. But I have significant challenges understanding the fiscal space. So I'm asking you, in light of your administration quest to pay down the debt to GDP, of which you would have paid $14 billion by the end of August, whether or not you would consider suspending that so you can create the cap space to do some of the things that you did. Second thing is, you mentioned about fast-tracking the other 50% of the island that was not severely impacted. But the infrastructure needs to be fast-tracked, and whether or not you will make funds available to fast-track the infrastructure that is required to sort of energize economic growth. And the final question is, as it relates to the Sandy Gully to which you mentioned in your presentation, the people of Kashapa are complaining bitterly about their property being compromised. Whether or not there will be any allocation to allow urgent repairs to the Sandy Gully. We share that gully, Minister, and you know the condition of it. So I'm asking you whether or not those funds will be redirected in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Next up is the member from St. Thomas Eastern. Go ahead and ask your question, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I rise to ask a question in relation to two communities in Eastern St. Thomas. The Bath community. Prime Minister, the Bath community is surrounded by two rivers, the Island River and the Plantain Garden River. Now, when there's rainfall or the threat of a hurricane, as you have noticed the last time, the banks of the river overflowed and threatened at least 2,000 houses in the Bath community. Also in the Bamboo River community, it is the same situation. The PGR River also affects the Bath community, and the Plantain Garden, as I said, affects both communities. There are a lot of structural damages there in terms of flooding. Last week, Sunday, I was in the community, Prime Minister, and I saw where persons had to be following the sun with their mattresses. Little children have to be sleeping on the floor. My question to you, sir, in terms of controlling those rivers, river training, what can these communities expect in terms of river training, river growing? The Rowlandsfield community as well, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, the Rowlandsfield community is in the hills. And we got a lot of breeze in Eastern St. Thomas, although we are not as badly affected as the West. You know, we always suffer the brunt when there is an impending hurricane. I am very thankful that this time we did not get such a battering. So I'm asking, in those areas where at least 30 houses were destroyed in the hills of Rowlandsfield, what I'd like to ask, some semblance of trust I'm asking to come back to our agencies. Just last week, persons were asking, where should they go to get registered? And I directed them to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And they were saying, my God, again? Because they remembered Hurricane Beryl when they suffered the same fate with no sort of compensation. So I want that trust and confidence to come back to that ministry and that department so that people can be confident enough to know that their welfare will be looked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member. The member from St. Catharines South.
St. Mary Central.
Oh, sorry, that's new. Member from St. Mary's Central. And then last of all will be the member from St. Catharines Southeast. Oh, you turned your mic on now.
Thank you.
No, we are going to suspend the sitting at 7:20 to be able to continue. House leader will move. So if you have not yet asked your question at that time, we will suspend then. No, not for 7:20. We did not. We did not. So we can do it now or. Mm-hmm. Member, go ahead. In keeping with the standing orders, we suspend at 7:20 if we're going to sit beyond 7:30, and I believe we will. Go ahead,
Thank
member.
you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I know it is a difficult road ahead, and you can count on my support in terms of how we rebuild, provided that all the necessary provisions are put in place to ensure transparency and to ensure accountability. Yes. Yes. Right. Madam Speaker, some of what I saw leading up to the storm in terms of just the level of commitment from shelter managers, I feel it is important that we do something to honor the role they play as volunteers, and I hope you'll consider, we are looking at what we can do in Central St. Mary to honor their work, and I hope we can consider something as a government. The other side of crisis, as you mentioned, Prime Minister, is opportunity. And a lot of great cities across the globe were built out of crisis. Chicago and the Chicago fire, for example. I want to know what mechanisms are being put in place to ensure that the landowners, the people in these areas that have been devastated, that they're not left behind when we go in to develop, and that prosperity is not only experienced by one set of people in these areas. Madam Speaker, even though Central St. Mary was spared the brunt of the disaster, there are still many areas that were affected, Albion Mountain being one. In January, Mr. Prime Minister, when you toured the constituency, we showed you a fording leading to Marlborough, which half of the road pretty much was compromised. That area has been further compromised, and it creates significant difficulty in terms of passing. In fact, last year, November, a taxi driver, while trying to navigate, his vehicle was washed away and he passed away. He perished in the rain. So I'm hoping that as we look at the areas that are priority, that consideration will be given to areas, to St. Mary, to areas in the country that also were vulnerable prior to the storm and where the vulnerabilities have been exacerbated. Prime Minister, I know that Starlink devices have been deployed to the vulnerable areas, and I commend that. But in St. Mary and in many other parishes and constituencies, we are also cut off from communication with the capital. In fact, I found out that we had Parliament today because I drove into Kingston yesterday to check on my house in Kingston, having been in my house in Islington for the last 2 weeks, preparing for the storm. And so I know people, MPs in Portland and in St. Thomas and in other parts of St. Mary might have a similar challenge. I hope consideration will be given to equipping all so that we can communicate equally with the capital. Yes, in terms of the Support Jamaica platform, Prime Minister, in a time of crisis such as this, I don't think we should create a mechanism that may cause some people to feel that they need to avoid. I'll give an example. Many people have strong connections to schools and communities, and that's where they identify. So I want to know whether the Support Jamaica platform will allow people to indicate where they want their contribution to go. So if a man wants to designate a contribution to St. Mary High School, for example, can he log on to the platform and indicate that that is where he wants his support to go? The final thing, Mr. Prime Minister, and yeah, man, no, we're not talking about, but Mr. Prime Minister, the bridge from Marlborough, the bridge that connects Albion Mountain with Port Maria being cut off, I'm wondering whether there's any update on when, because a number of roadways and bridges have been compromised because of the hurricane, and I'm wondering whether any consideration will be given to fast-tracking just providing support and repairs to those. Thanks.
Thank you, member. Member from St. Catherine. Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, thank you for that presentation. I have just 3 questions. One, can you confirm that 6 field hospitals were donated to Jamaica during COVID recently? Can you confirm the status? 6 field hospitals were donated to Jamaica or built by the government. Can you, this was just a few years ago, can you comment on the status of these hospitals, if they, including the 3 from U.S. Southern Command, which are completely mobile, are up, disassembled, destroyed, or returned? And if we have field hospitals in Jamaica now, why aren't we deploying them immediately to the disaster areas rather than waiting for a shipment from Spain? Thanks.
Thanks, member. The member, is that the member from Trelawney South, Mike? Member from Trelawney South.
Madam Speaker, are you aware that the Member of Parliament from Western Hanover on that side rose to the mic, asked all the relevant questions to show the deep concern for her constituents and her constituency without grandstanding. Right. She asked all the relevant questions without, I'm asking the member, my question, my question, to the Speaker, my question to the Speaker is, are you aware that the member from Western Hanover on that side rose, asked all the relevant questions to show deep concern for her constituency? I therefore say this is a time to ask questions. We are all in distress in this country and not grandstand. That is my comment.
Who's we have half a minute. Member from St. Elizabeth, is your question longer than half a minute?
Thank
St. Elizabeth Northwest.
Thank you.
St. Elizabeth Northwest, please take your seat. Don't turn your mic off. Take your seat,
Thank you.
Member, take your seat. Don't turn your mic off. House Leader. House Leader. No, I'll have to turn off all mics if you don't mind.
Madam Speaker, the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Madam Speaker, I did take note of the 2 members that were left to ask questions because I figured that the mics would come off until you give my mic precedence. So I know Member Cousins, Hilton, and
Morris.
So, Madam, just to say, Madam Speaker, when I took note after Member Morris, I saw Member Cousins and Member Hilton, but I'm seeing other people. So, Madam Speaker, the time being 7:20, we're asking that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
Members, the time now being 7:21, I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The business of the House continues.
Mr. Prime Minister, are you aware of the extent to which Northwest St. Elizabeth has been severely impacted by Hurricane Melissa? We are pleased that you did an aerial tour of the constituency, and we the citizens are pleased with your aerial tour of the constituency, and I took note
Member
of the fact
from
that you
St. Elizabeth
highlighted
Northwest.
the damage done to the
Member from St. Elizabeth Northwest, I've heard nothing that you have said. So member, you can put the mic a little closer to you, and when the House is quiet, then you may proceed with asking your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I stand this evening to bring to your attention the extent of the damage done in Northwest St. Elizabeth. I therefore ask, are you aware of the extent to which Northwest St. Elizabeth has been severely impacted by Hurricane Melissa? We are pleased with the fact that you had done an aerial tour of the constituency and you have seen the damage done to the Holland Bamboo Avenue. My question to you is, considering that the Holland Bamboo is a major hub for many of our residents, are there any plans to formalize the entrepreneurs and reconstruct, relocate the main road and rebuild the Holland Bamboo Avenue? Given that this hurricane would have flooded many of our communities and it has left many of our residents marooned, my question to you is, can aerial relief efforts be arranged for Kilmarnock, Woodlands, Longground, Mulgrave, Cornwall, Dry Harbour, and a compound town? Most of our residents in Northwest St. Elizabeth are currently without a roof or a house. My question, therefore, is,
How soon can arrangements be made to establish containerized housing solutions for at least 100 residents in Northwest St. Elizabeth? Efforts are being made to establish humanitarian bases in Newmarket and Springfield. But I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Prime Minister, that given the topography of our constituency and the vast landscape, I'm therefore asking that a humanitarian base be established in Eldersley to cater to the persons in Magotty, in Mulgrave that is currently marooned, Marywood, Ipswich, a compound town, Retirement, and Jointwood. There are some unregistered, unestablished shelters set up by residents
Members,
in our constituency.
Members, allow him to ask his questions. You had a lot of time to ask all kind of things that you shouldn't have. Please be quiet and allow the member to complete his questions.
There are a number of unregistered, unestablished shelters set up by residents in our constituency because of the nature of what took place. I'm therefore asking that considerations be given to those shelters so that whatever distribution is taking place, that they be considered and be treated like the registered ones. Because many, in my constituency, many of our residents are without a home. So one person has to be putting up like 10 families or more. Given that most of the citizens in Northwest St. Elizabeth are farmers, how soon can they expect support so that they can start the rebuilding process? I thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward for support.
Yes. Madam Speaker, my turn.
The member from Clarendon Southwest. You may go ahead with your questions, member.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I want you to start by
After
answering.
that, it's...
Bum tuna, man. Sure.
The member's on his feet.
Prime Minister, I want you to start with this question first when you answer, because I know you have a lot of questions to answer. In terms of the allocation for housing, because I don't hear anybody ask about it, what agency is it going to be implemented through? Because we know in this house, if it goes through the Ministry of Housing, it normally takes a very long time. Given the urgency of the situation, I am asking you, Prime Minister, to consider perhaps the CDF as the implementation agency for this particular. So the question is, certainly, but I'm saying, Prime Minister, the question is, you determine which agency. The other question is in terms of the debris that is in the towns. I know the clearing activities are taking place. Most of the debris are not being carted away. But based on the nature of the debris, I suspect you may need to identify a piece of land owned by the government in close proximity to the affected area so that these debris can be carted off to this particular location. So the question is, Prime Minister, are you taking that into consideration? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's now North Central, St. Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I heard you mention the plan to deploy social workers. But I would like to know whether or not there is consideration for the deployment of mental health specialists, counselors, and persons who are trained in navigating in the spaces with our elderly and our children who must be suffering from some post-traumatic stress resulting from the horrors of this hurricane. I wouldn't want us to take it lightly, Prime Minister, because it is going to affect persons who have lost everything that they have worked all their lives for, and children who would have witnessed people dying before their eyes, their homes being washed away, and the kind of dislocation that they're experiencing at this time. So in addition to the social workers, I would ask if you would consider that a cadre of mental health specialists be deployed as well.
The member from St. Andrew. Members, please. The member from St. Andrew West.
Yeah.
Member, go ahead, member. Member.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when
members, please allow the member from St. Andrew West to ask his question.
When Prime Minister, when might we see the comprehensive drainage plan that has been promised for quite some time? Because, as you have quite rightly pointed out, with the frequency and intensity of hurricanes, it is desperately needed. A national plan is desperately needed. I don't need to advise you that the situation in where we have three rivers, in the Duene River, the Rio Cobre River, and the Freshwater River, all three converging in and around Riverton, Duene, and the Duene Park area, are impacting these areas quite significantly. The drainage plan, I think, is an urgent matter, and we'd like to hear an update from you as to when are we likely to see this plan.
Last question is from the member from St. James West Central. Member, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I crave your indulgence to allow me to contextualize the question briefly. To make the question intelligible. Madam Speaker.
Member, the same rule applies across the House. The same rule applies across the House. As a seasoned member, like you made an effort to teach some the last sitting, later you will contextualize your questions as questions.
Madam
I
Speaker,
hope some on the other side of the House teach new members and older members to do the same.
Prime Minister, you are aware that Green Paper number 3 of 2023, dated June 20, 2023, entitled Job Descriptions for Members of Parliament of Jamaica, was tabled in the previous Parliament by the Office of the Prime Minister. And stated in that Green Paper, you are aware, Prime Minister, is a strategic objective to enable Parliament to function effectively. Members of Parliament are required individually and collectively to, among other things, secure Parliament as a deliberative forum in which the issues.
Members, please allow the member from St. James West Central to ask her questions. It is a learning moment.
Yes. Yes. To secure the Parliament as a deliberative forum in which the issues affecting the peace, progress, prosperity, efficiency, and dignity of the nation can be discussed transparently, truthfully, respectfully, robustly for public understanding. And ensure the Parliament is responsive to the lawful concerns and interests of all its citizens, thereby securing its relevance and legitimacy to the people? If the answer is yes, since the Prime Minister is aware that the MP is viewed as the first point of contact by a large number of constituents, first point of contact to government, but that the office of Member of Parliament is not an implementing agency of government and is not resourced to even carry out its lawful functions while being expected to perform functions assigned to ministries, departments, and agencies. And given that practically all agencies of government have regional and/or parish offices, can the post-Hurricane Melissa relief and recovery work be arranged in such a way that each Member of Parliament is assigned a designated officer as a direct point of contact? First question. Second question is, what is the mechanism in place or being put in place to formally assess the extent of the damage sustained to the constituency of St. James, West Central, and every other constituency, and for the assessment to be reported to the Parliament and be deliberated upon? Third and last question, does the Prime Minister intend to have tabled in this Honourable House the name, composition, and terms of reference of the committees of Cabinet that were announced at a post-Cabinet press briefing in keeping with the spirit of Section 69(2) of the Constitution of Jamaica?
I believe that all questions have been posed. Prime Minister, you may now proceed to answer the questions, and members, if you have any follow-up questions, kindly place them in writing for response at a later session.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I took notes from 20 questioners from the House, and I did answer the questions directly from the Leader of the Opposition. So I will now respond to the member from Eastern Westmoreland. Mechanism for making allocations for preventative maintenance, whether or not, the question was whether or not I thought that that process was sufficient. And I would say, obviously, member, there is no perfect mechanism. And whenever these weather events occur and we have to make estimates. So, for example, we thought that when Melissa was coming, it would have hit the eastern end of the island. As it turns out, it went more southerly and westerly. So it's very difficult to make the allocations, especially on unpredictable events such as weather events. The prepositioning of aid my understanding is that there was pre-positioning, particularly at parish councils and other such installations. But I am not hereby saying that there was pre-positioning of aid at every parish council. But yes, there was pre-positioning. The accurate account of death, this is of particular concern to me, because the death toll, the last figure I heard was somewhere in the region of, what was it, 30, 32. But there are deaths that have not yet been, we know of them, but we can't account as to whether or not they were directly related or indirectly related. And so they are going through that process, as well as there are deaths which we know of, but we haven't yet recovered the bodies. Yes, and people have resorted to burying. However, just to be clear, we will recover all bodies, even if we have to exhume. And we will go through a process of proper identification and, where possible, determination of death. The science is there to do it, and we will do it. We have to account for every Jamaican who lost their life, because we have to account to their families as well. And we have to get a full understanding of the impact of the disaster. I'm told that your constituency so far has the highest number of deaths as a result of the passage of the hurricane. So we have some forensic teams here, and they are already starting to do the forensic checks on the bodies that they have recovered. I want to say to Jamaicans that we should prepare our minds that the number of deaths may be more than what we are already hearing, because we can't tell you now that we'll recover everybody right away. It does take some time, especially in communities that are marooned. And it is really unfortunate, but it is just the reality of the situation when you are hit by a Category 5 hurricane. You asked about assessment for deploying assessment personnel. You asked that question, the member from West Central, St. James, and others asked that question. So the Ministry of Labor and Social Security does not have enough social workers to cover the assessment that will be needed. So what we're doing now is to look internally in government to see what other resources we have that could be deployed to augment that. Before the hurricane, I had given JDF the directive that they must augment the resources at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to do the assessments, going to the communities and the building assessments, people who need aid, all of that. So we are looking at the SDC officers, we are looking at all of those, the CDF officers, all of those entities, and in addition to the registry of volunteers that we are creating. So though we don't have enough to do the assessment, we project that we will have a good core of assessment personnel, and we are giving ourselves 2 to 3 weeks to have that stood up properly. But it doesn't mean that work starts in 2 to 3 weeks. We start with what we have, and we expand and scale up. So that's the answer to that. You asked if I thought the conditions in shelters were adequate. I'm going to answer the shelter questions all in one. No, I don't think the conditions in the shelters are adequate. No Jamaican could say that. I have toured shelters on several occasions, not just in this disaster, but in several others. And you can understand why people don't want to go to shelters. It's a last resort. But, you know, this is what shelters are, not just in Jamaica, in Katrina, in all the other hurricanes and things that have happened. It's the reality of shelters. They're not the most comfortable of situations. But our situations here, though, I think we can do better as a government, and we should strive to do better. We can't argue that case. The challenge with our centers, however, and the question was asked whether or not we should build, I believe the member from Southeast Center asked whether or not we should build purpose-built centers. And I'd answer you this way, member, no, we should not build purpose-built exclusive centers. We should build facilities that can withstand disasters, that can double as shelter when needed. That's the answer. So the issue comes down to shelter selection, and many shelters that were selected that just did not withstand the hurricane. So we have to do a better job at shelter selection. But the decisions that we have to make now in the rebuilding is whether or not we are going to rebuild some of these facilities in the way that they were built before. So we have to make decisions about concrete roofs, about the strength of having a strong, or what we call a safe room. So these are decisions that we will make to improve the quality of facilities that would be available for shelters. I'm going to deal with the issue raised by the member from Central Westmoreland, but when I get to that, when I get to your questions, but you did raise some shelter questions. And if I think that there was enough food provided for the shelters, absolutely, I mean, obviously no. The way in which the shelters operate is that they can't put all the stock in the shelter all at once. The concept of the shelter is immediately you get enough to probably carry you through the storm and immediately after, and then you're restocked. With a Category 5 hurricane, the best laid plans with a Category 5 hurricane will be destroyed. That's just the reality. So no, we obviously didn't have enough food in the shelters immediately after. And that is something we will have to look at in our planning for the, God forbid, for the next disaster. But we will have to take a second look at that. The issue of urgent care after the disaster is one that we are very much seized of, meaning people who probably have a cut, or they've fallen and broken their arms, or they need access to their medicine. So what Minister Tufton has been moving around and trying to do is to mobilize mobile centers. So the NHF has already mobilized their mobile pharmacy and mobile clinics. And I'll ask him to give an update as to where these are and how they can be accessed, meaning that MPs can say, could I have it here, could I have it there, schedule created, so that it can move around and everybody can get some access to it. And then the use of modular or prefabricated housing, containerized housing solutions. As I've said, I've tasked Minister Montague to look at what is best in class for this, to see whether or not we can get them in quantities that we can deploy, and then to answer the question posed by the member from St. Andrew Southwest as to whether or not the rules of government, I suspect you mean ownership. Once we give them, we usually give them, it becomes their property, but it really depends on the land on which they're going to keep it. So we'd have to make sure there's some permission from the people who own the land when we put the containers on it. So that's basically the answer for that. It shouldn't be a big issue, but at least permission to use. Yes. All right. Member from Central Westmoreland. Should there be a special allocation for constituencies that have a higher density of wooden houses? Very a novel consideration, obviously. And I see that you're trying to be a good MP, utilizing your special condition to appeal for special resources. But it's something that I would have to think of. I don't want to tell you no, but it's something I would have to think of very carefully, because that means I would open the door to somebody and saying, you know, the highest number of zinc roofs or something else. But I think the allocations that we have given I'm not going to say they are sufficient, but it is a good start to address the issues that you have. You asked, how will houses be repaired? Will it be centralized or will it be devolved? We will use a multiplicity of strategies. So some houses are going to be repaired because people will go to the NHT, get a loan, and repair their own homes. So we facilitated by those loans. Some people will get grants and they will repair their own homes. But there are other persons who have no capabilities whatsoever, and the government may very well have to undertake that. We are considering how that can be done, particularly for elderly, pregnant and lactating mothers with lots of children. So we will have to figure out how to deal with that. But then there are others who just need a grant, and they will find their way. We will provision that. And the question you asked about a centralized work team, something we are thinking about, and it is particularly of interest to the donor community because they would like to be able to say, we have completed a building. Many of the donor communities, they would like to say the number of buildings they have repaired. And so that might be a strategy with the donor community. Possibly, that's what I'm saying. With the donor, they may want, instead of giving a contribution and somebody putting on their own roof, they may prefer to do the entire thing. So it's a multiplicity of strategies that will be used, not just one. Now, you raised the issue of the politicization of benefits. And the member from South St. James also said that what I presented here does not match the reality she experienced. I will not debate that point. Your experience is yours. My presentations are based on, as you have said, the reports I get from my technical people, from yourselves who send me notes and issues, and from what I have seen for myself. And therefore, what I give is a combined report, and we try as best as possible to ensure that it is credible. So if I come to Parliament and I give an incredible report, it doesn't help me. There is no benefit to give a report that does not match the reality. Now, my report may not match the reality that you experience, but it must match generally what is happening. And I give you an example of what I'm saying. The JDF, in the third day following the storm, executed a search and recovery exercise. The second day. The member from South St. Thomas West called me to say there was someone marooned in the middle of a river. Apparently he was there for overnight and his foot apparently broken. And the JDF went and conducted an exercise to retrieve him. Who knows? Is it the fact that the JDF did nothing? In other words, we won't know everything that is done. But it's my job to know everything that is done, even if I don't get everything, but it's my job. And I do try to come to the House and give as accurate as possible a report. And there are several of them. Rescues that have been done, medevac, delivery of food, all kinds of things they have done, including rappelling, many of them, because to get into some of these areas, yes, they did rappel. So, yes, to answer that point. All right, let me move quickly to... All right, you also mentioned, member from Central Westmoreland, that aid was delivered, humanitarian aid was delivered in your constituency, and the caretaker received the aid. Now, commandeer. That was his exact term. Now, well, let me put it to you this way. In dealing with information, Madam Speaker, you have to be so careful to give the complete picture. My understanding is that there was a delivery of humanitarian assistance where the deputy mayor represented the MP, the member from Central Westmoreland, and he collected aid. I'm saying they collected. Because everybody else would have gotten 30. All the councillors got. Madam Speaker, all the councillors got. A church, was it 2 churches? So, my figures here, and we can debate the figures, you know. I'm not debating the figures because that's not what you're debating. What you are saying is that the aid that was delivered was all taken by and that is obviously not true. So, no, look. That's not true. That's not true. Now, I don't want to quarrel over the aid, but I want accuracy. Because it is not true that the former MP just took everything. But you neglected. No, that's not up. And if you say that, then, member, I would say that you are not being truthful. Because there were...
Members, Prime Minister, I know you do not need my protection.
There were 10 beneficiaries.
All the talking over there, no one hears you. No one. Member. Members, respectfully, I can't hear the responses, so unless you're not interested. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But look, I don't want to disrupt the spirit that we are building. But in the interest of accuracy, now, it raises another question. Are caretakers legitimate persons of standing and leadership in the crisis? It's a question to be asked. I have not yet answered it. It is a question, Madam Speaker, to be asked.
What's your point of order, member?
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has attempted to answer a question, but I think he's misleading Jamaica because what the issue at hand is that the minister called the MP and gave him some instructions. George Wright and others turned up and subverted what was supposed to happen.
Member, that is not appreciated, member, and it keeps being done. You are not to use the house to abuse individuals outside of the house using the protection of the house, because I don't know that your information is correct. Member, and for all Prime Minister, hold on a minute, for all members, the Prime Minister sat respectfully and quietly, and he listened to every question from every member without disrupting any one of you. The Prime Minister listened to every single question, wrote them down, and is attempting to answer members. Prime Minister, I would hope that the members give you the respect that you gave them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I close this presentation on the question that seems to be so controversial regarding the distribution of packages in central Westmoreland, 300 packages were distributed directly to the communities. My report here is that 500 packages went to political representatives, and which includes councillors who got the majority of it, and your representative, Mr. Member of Parliament. 50 went to a church, and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security did some distribution directly as well. 500 went to political representatives. So there is, so the gravamen of the member's question that he asked was that aid was distributed in a political way to the exclusion of himself, and that was not accurate. All right. But I'm saying that it was not accurate. Now, Madam Speaker, South East St. Andrew, the member from South East St. Andrew asked about whether or not we have received the payments from CRIF and from the catastrophe bond. They have been approved, I understand, but we have not yet received them. But I suspect shortly, Minister, we will be receiving payments. You asked whether or not we have mobilized I'll allow the Minister to give that update to the nation. CRIF is 70, but we have seen a letter that says we will get the full payout. But let me see what we actually get. Yeah. Then you asked whether or not we have mobilized all the possible avenues of financing available from the multilaterals. And we have. We intend to utilize everything that's on the table. We have to. We have to. Northern Clarendon. Member, you asked about when will the Ministry of Health begin spraying and water treatment. For your constituency, it's a matter of accessibility. So as soon as the roads are accessible, the Ministry of Health's team will be in your area. I have made a special note of this, and I have sent it to Minister Tufton. I know the areas that you're talking. They can become waterlogged very easily. You get a lot of rain even after this weather event. And so, yes, we will mobilize quickly for that area. You asked whether or not I believe funding was enough for preventative works. Well, certainly for this hurricane, no. We just didn't have enough. We couldn't do all that we wanted to. But what we have done under normal circumstances would be sufficient to help us through a hurricane, to clear major drains, clear major gullies, and so forth. So certainly not sufficient for the allocations that we make. I personally believe are very useful for that regard. Western Westmoreland. Good question about the price of food and increases in gas and these other things. I'm happy that you have brought this to the national attention, and I have sent a note to the Minister of Commerce, Industry and Investment, and we are going to investigate this issue. The only thing is that the order that we have put in place for price gouging is limited. It's not to every single good. It's limited to food items and some essential things. So, but we will investigate this and ensure that there is enforcement, because in a time of disaster, everyone is expected to exercise good discretion in favor of the national recovery. Shelter, you raised issues about the supply of the shelters, both yourself and the member from Eastern Westmoreland. Now, in Westmoreland, there was a particular problem. The Ministry of Labour and Local Government designates the shelters and provides resources generally to the council. It is under the disaster management structure. It is the councils that are supposed to stand up and manage the shelters. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security comes in, and I just want to be clear on this, they don't necessarily do distribution. What their role is to make sure that the distribution is done properly. So their role is to make sure that they identify the people who are in need, they identify the elderly and so forth. They bring with them some aid, yes, but in a situation like this, the logistics of carrying the aid is put to the JDF because they have the capability of managing that logistics. And when they work with the soldiers too, and volunteers, their role is to make sure that there is dignity in the distribution of the aid. If anything personally hurts me, is to see people fighting over aid. Or when a truck comes in, people fighting, and we don't want that in our country. So there has to be some order and process that's quick and efficient that allows the people who really need it to get it and to record what is given. So in Westmoreland, there was a particular problem because, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the shelter manager had a stroke, my understanding. And so the disaster coordinator. And so it contributed to the breakdown of the management of the entire process. So that was an unfortunate incident. She passed? Oh. Okay, good. So we're happy that she has recovered or is recovering. All right. South St. Catherine. Yes, goods in transit that may arrive after the cutoff date as long as they were shipped before. We will make that clear. Minister of Finance, we have to make that clear. You asked whether or not heavy equipment brought in for the purpose of relief. That's my interpretation. Now, what do you mean? That somebody's bringing in heavy equipment and it's going to stay here? No, he said it's going to go. But if it's going back, yes, there is the relief is given to them. But if it's going to stay here, we would have to take a second look at it, but right now it's no. If it's going back, they will get the relief. Yes. All right. You also asked about public health and mosquitoes. Portmore is already on our radar. You'll recall that after Beryl, there was an uptick in mosquitoes, and we were on it very quickly. So it is already planned that we will be in Portmore. Oh. Sorry, remind me of that question. I didn't write it down. I couldn't answer you right now because I didn't consult with the minister. All right, Eastern Hanover. Oh, yes, very important. So there is a program to give connectivity to the banks in the areas that are cut off from electricity and telecommunications. So they are working with the Banking Association to put Starlink and other forms of connectivity with the banks so that the ATMs can get back in operation. So that is, I would say in a matter of days, you will start to see banks, ATMs in particular, operational in some of these towns that have been cut off. You want to bring me into an argument about fees that, though I am personally sympathetic to you, and with the whole ideal that, the banking sector should look at it as a part of national recovery, and we will use moral suasion in this regard, I couldn't here stand up in Parliament and make a policy for that. All right, Eastern Hanover. Marooned communities. When will the marooned communities be addressed? But you know, one of them was badly damaged, which we have to assist. Yes. So what I had said in my presentation, member, of the establishment of these hubs, that is the attempt to get to the marooned communities, because the hubs are not just for the storage of food and deployment, but they will have personnel. Some of them will have equipment, and they will start to cut roads and clearing ways to ensure that we get to the maroon community. So it is in action, and you will see action in your areas shortly. Northeast St. Elizabeth, paying shelter managers. Again, it's hard for me to tell you yes or no, make policy on the go, but you know, it's something that we will look at. Minister of Local Government is something that we should look at. When can we expect roof repairs and housing? I want to give you, member, I want to give you an answer, but at this point, I cannot tell you. At this point, I can say to you that we will start the deployment of the housing kits that we have, which are temporary roof solutions. They are a tarpaulin solution, and we have some temporary solutions that we will start to deploy, right? Now, that is coming through ADPEM, so that will shortly go out. We have already started the process by allocating $10 million to some MPs. No, because an important question was asked as to whether or not that could go to the CDF. This allocation is from the Ministry of Housing, and I do know the difficulty. So I give you the undertaking that I am going to look at the process involved for the hardware. The ministry takes a fee? No, not the Ministry of Housing. But I give you the undertaking that the process will be much smoother than before, because we may have to utilize some emergency procedures in this regard. Provision of connectivity and Starlink. Minister Vaz isn't here, but we are working on some more Starlinks to ensure that each member of Parliament can have connectivity, and we want each parish council, police station, fire station, all public installations who are not connected, we are working to bring connectivity to them through the Starlink. So each member of Parliament, but the affected areas, that we are working towards that. We're working towards that. But each affected area with the public buildings, we are looking to have a Starlink or other form of connectivity there. Eastern Portland, how needs are prioritized. So your question was, can we consider Portland as a special case, essentially? But that goes to other questions. From like the member from Northwestern St. Catherine, and of course from the Speaker's constituency, East Rural, and from Western St. Mary, and yes. So the announcements that I have made now will go along the lines as announced. But as we move with other allocations, we will start to get more granular. So we could make allocations to divisions or to constituencies, regardless of the zone that they fell in. But just for now, as I've made the presentation and I've already started the bureaucratic process, I can't turn that back. But as you have raised it, so for example, your area, the speaker's area, we will start to look on constituencies specifically affected. I want to make another point. You raised an interesting question as to whether or not the $1.5 million makes sense, because you did the math and it would cost you $195 million to make a package for all your constituents. Remember, and I'm speaking now to new members. You know, and I guess I'm going to answer the question from the member from West Central St. James as well. The role of the MP in our democracy has evolved into a service provider. It can be dangerous. Because, you know, the question is asked, you know, can we have an officer assigned? The question then, you know, why have a ministry? You know, in other words, if you have a parallel bureaucracy, now, weaknesses in the service delivery from the central government has had to be compensated by the member of parliament. Yes, subsidiarity, that principle is very important. And because you're closer, but subsidiarity, when taken to its extreme, means eventually you become independent. That's the basis on which nations are formed or different divisions are formed when you start to apply the principle. We are a unitary nation, and therefore you want to make sure that you have the central functioning, but you have, you know, departments, agencies, branch offices that are functioning, which goes to the question from the member from South St. James, whether or not there shouldn't be some special arrangements for rural constituencies. I mean, those are deep intellectual questions. I'm not proposing to answer them today, except to say, member from Eastern Portland, the amounts that we give you is not to provide for everyone in your constituency. The amounts that you get is to deal with the emergency cases that come to your attention that the central ministry cannot respond to quick enough. And MPs have to be careful how we seek to expand our roles. It is not a sustainable model. All right, let's move on. Southwest St. Andrew. The question of whether or not we should own shelters, build and own shelters, we can't. I'd answer that already. We can't build and own shelters. Because you're saying shelters are not always ideal, the ones that we select. And I agree with you. Oh, you mean, I will get some more information. I don't have enough information on that to answer you right now. But what we try to do is to select the best available shelters, which may not be the ideal shelter. We just have to make that clear. And I answered the question about devastated communities as distinct from parishes in terms of focus. Southeastern St. Anne, again, purpose-built centers, I'd answered that. Questions were asked about the Ministry of Agriculture and how prepared are we and what are we going to do. The Minister of Agriculture will make his presentation very shortly about the plans. I will say this to you, however. As I have outlined, We're going to try and get the farmers in the affected parishes up, but I think it is of great necessity that the other parishes that have not been affected, we also have to get the production in those up as well. And so we're going to be pushing very hard for that. South East St. Anne, I think I've answered those questions already. Ministry of Agriculture. Same thing for fisheries. You had mentioned the fisher folk in Southwest. There will be provisions for them. If you didn't hear my response, because I've already answered the questions, I'm just going through. Oh, no, we won't have an automatic trigger. We're not programmed to do that in the Ministry of Finance. No, but we are not. It couldn't, it's not precise. It's not an automatic trigger. All right. But remember, you raise an important question. Yes. Now, colleagues, members, we are going to be, the response of the government will go into Christmas without question. And so we're going to have to figure out for the parishes that have been badly affected, their entertainment, play, church, all the other elements of life during that season. So we are going to consider that carefully, how we can bring back some normalcy as we enter into that season, which is just a few weeks away. So yes, playing fields and those kinds of things, yes, we will be making provisions for. The issue of all roads to be cleared, the NWA is only treating with NWA roads. No, the NWA, what the NWA is doing now, and they have been tasked to deal with all roads. But up front, they are dealing with road corridors. So the corridor meaning, how do we get from point A to point B? That may take a main road, then you have to go onto a local road and back onto a main road. So they are going to clear corridors first. So it means that they will clear both main and local roads as they try to clear a corridor. Relaxation of CDF rules. I will come back to the Parliament with an answer on that one, because we do intend to invoke some emergency procedures. We haven't finalized those emergency procedures yet. So yes, the CDF would be considered under those, but as soon as we have finalized them, we'll inform members. Sandy Gully. Member, the Sandy Gully, we have started a process to repair it. We have made some allocations, and within this year we will do some spending on the Sandy Gully. You asked about the drainage study. The drainage study for Montego Bay is complete. We will complete the drainage study for Kingston and the rest of the island next year. They're pretty advanced, I'm told. The member from Eastern St. Thomas, you asked about the planting garden, bath, and the need for river training. You notice that the member from Western St. Thomas didn't stand up and ask. Because he has been asking about this for a long time. At this point, I cannot give you a definitive answer about budget. But what I would say to you, member, is that, one, we need to start encouraging those persons who are living on the riverbank there to think about relocating. And there is under the new social housing program, there is a provision where we can assist persons to relocate. Given what has happened, we very well would have to make some allocations for not just for relocation, but for the grinds, to develop some grinds. But I couldn't here tell you that we could conduct an entire river training exercise for the length of the planting garden river. That would be massive and would take away from everything else that we have to do. So yes, we will do some amount in critical areas, especially where we see it's threatening large communities. But the conversation needs to start about stepping back from that river course. All right. The honoring of shelter managers and other local heroes during this period of time. Yes, Minister Grange, this is something that so there is some program for acknowledgement. The Support Jamaica platform, and whether or not there can be designation of the donation. My understanding is that there is a way to do it, but we are going to modify the platform to ensure that it is more seamless, that you can visibly see how to designate to an institution. Now, there is already a process for schools, for example, under the net. And so I say publicly, if Jamaicans overseas want to donate directly to their school, they can do so through the National Education Trust. Similar process, they have an online process. But an important point, everything that is donated through Support Jamaica goes to ADPEM. The intention is not to take away the donations from private entities. I heard, I believe it was the leader of the opposition saying that ADPEM will take away all the donations, including what you plan to raise. That's not the case. What we are saying is, if you want to get the benefit of the reduced or waived duty, then you should send it ADPEM/whatever. And once it is recorded as a donation, ADPEM records it, then you benefit from the waiver. And if you give funds, as we have said now, we will be able to direct it. We're going to make it specific on the platform so that you can direct it. But once you bring your stuff in, even if you put it under the name ADPEM, it's yours. You can take it and do whatever you want to do with it. But it is important that the nation has a full account of everything that came in. And that's all that ADPEM is doing. Full account. Yeah, so if you can consign it to ADPEM, saying that you want to go and do your own distribution. Which, by the way, that's what they're doing. That's what the entities that come in with their stuff. They don't just come in and put it in their own warehouses and go. They come in, it's assigned to ADPEM, we note it, and then they go and do what they want to do with it. But we must know. It's cleared by... Yeah. Yeah. Field hospitals. All charities, yes. Assign it to ADPEM so we know what is coming in. That's the role of ADPEM, to manage disaster relief. But we're not talking a bag of this. We're talking large things. No, not going. We're talking container loads of stuff. All right, quickly, the member from St. Catherine Southeast raised the issue of field hospitals and whether or not field hospitals donated in COVID are still in use. My understanding is that there were 6, well, you said that there were 6 hospitals given during COVID. The checks that I have done and the answers that I have, and I'll say that these are preliminary, I'll do deeper checks, is that the field hospitals that were given were not technically field hospitals. We were given tents with some facilities, but it wouldn't reach to the level of what we have just deployed from Samaritan's Purse. And most of those are now already destroyed. The tents deteriorated, and so they're not functional. This field hospital that we have is a really superstructure, and it will last for some time, hopefully. But this is a real field hospital. Member from St. Elizabeth Northwest. Holland Bamboo. There is a plan to rebuild Holland Bamboo even before this happened. From Hurricane Beryl, we were developing a plan to turn Holland Bamboo into the actual destination, tourist destination that it should be, which would involve formalization of the vendors and all the others who sell along that road, including up to middle quarters for the shrimp. And so we will mobilize full resources now to have Holland Bamboo as one of the rebuilt better infrastructure. Debris management. Yes, we are staging the collection of debris, including sometimes we have to get permission because we have to store it on private property, but that is already being done. So it's moving it to an area where it can be bundled and then moved from there. Yes. All right, I think I've covered.
Thank you.
I think I've covered most things. No, I've answered the mental health question even in my presentation. Yes, I'd answered it even in my presentation. And what did I forget? No, I answered that already. Yeah, no, it's in that. In my presentation, I said that under the FAA, we will be triggering the mechanism for us to why I'm so afraid to use the word. But we are going to have to make provisions to increase our ability to borrow. It's not something that I take any pleasure in doing whatsoever. But the emergency is such that we have to suspend the fiscal rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Announcements. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any more business today. Let me just take the opportunity to wish a happy birthday to Natalie Nita Garvey. With that said, Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment for a date to be fixed.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that the House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.